The Senate in the second regular session of the 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Cynthia Villar will lead the chamber in prayer.
Thank you, Senate President. Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of God. Almighty God, you alone are our hope, our strength, and our shield. Please move in power to rescue your people from the many fearful effects of this global pandemic that we are still going through. We thank you that vaccines against COVID-19 are already available. Please bless the distribution and delivery of the vaccines to all parts of the world. We pray that everyone will have access and the means to avail of the vaccine. Lord, we also seek your help about the global impact of the pandemic on financial markets, national economies, and businesses, resulting in closures, job losses, and other hardship. We trust that you will help those who are adversely affected. Lord, continue to grant wisdom and direction to government leaders so they can make tough but sound decisions and choices. Almighty God, we know that everything is in your sovereign control. We ask that you keep the coronavirus from further spreading, and we can finally see an end to this pandemic. We ask all of this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Let us remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Kayang maging kalapasilaman, alam na puso, sa atin mo'y buhay. Tumang hinirap, tuwing ka ng mag-ibig, sa malulunod. Di ka masisiyan sa lagatan tulog, kasi walang nagamit mo. May sinatando lang ang isang paglaminaan. Kapwala, mo'y tagumpay na nagtinig. Ang bituin na parang ng kailan pa mag-ibig. Lupa ng araw na ating pagsintado sa ating mo. Ang ligaya dapat may marami ang mamatay dahil sa'yo.
The Secretary may please call the roll.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senators Angara,
Present.
Binay,
Present.
Cayetano,
Present.
De Lima, De La Rosa, Gilon,
Present.
Gatchalian, Go,
Present.
Gordon,
Present.
Ontiveros,
Present.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos,
Present.
Yao,
Present.
Pangilinan,
Present.
Pimentel III,
Present.
Poe,
Present.
Recto,
Present.
Revilla Jr.,
Present.
Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Present.
Zubiri.
Present.
Senate President Soto III is present.
With 7 senators physically present and 16 senators virtually present, a total of 23, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to dispense with the reading of the journal of the 42nd and the 43rd session, February 2 and 3, 2021, and consider the same as approved. I so move.
Mr. President.
Before I call for any objection, the Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am invoking Section 55 of our rules, Mr. President. I thank the Secretariat for being diligent enough to include in the deferred Session 42 journal a copy of my opinion, which should have been there during the first version of Session 42 journal. But Mr. President, as by way of a corrections, Mr. President, on page 735 of the new journal, the word change is supposed to be in present tense.
What paragraph is that?
Page 735, Mr. President, it's
What paragraph?
It's my manifestation, Mr. President. I'm looking at it.
Yes, we're on page 735. What is the paragraph?
It's the word. My problem now, Mr. President, is I don't have my reading glass, but it's on 733, Mr. President.
733.
733.
Okay.
It's 1, 2, 3, third paragraph,
Third paragraph.
fourth line, Mr. President.
Paragraph, fourth line.
Do you have the? Is that the latest copy, Mr. President?
Yes, this is the latest copy. It's a manifestation of Senator Gordon.
No, my manifestation is because there is a new version, Mr. President.
What is the word to be changed?
Change. The change should be present tense. Not with ED, Mr. President. It is my manifestation prior to the manifestation of Senator Angara, Mr. President.
Okay, so that's
I borrowed
735.
a reading glass. Yakin ba to? I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Perhaps it is on page 735. All right, we will have the secretariat replace it.
Yes.
Remove the past tense.
Yes, Mr. President. And one other item, Mr. President. My last manifestation, and I don't have a copy of this because these are all extemporaneous. My last manifestation before the suspension of the session mention of the word constitutional rigidity. And the tape recorded interpellations would probably bear me out. So it's missing here in this manifestation, Mr. President. It's on the page before the suspension of the session, Mr. President. No word rigidity, constitutional rigidity was mentioned, just for some sundry amendments, Mr. President. But I'd like to thank the Secretariat for being diligent enough, meticulous enough to find the missing opinion that I delivered to them several days ago, Mr. President. I so move, Mr. President.
All right. Any so the motion of the after that we call for the previous question, the motion of the majority leader that we dispense with the reading and approve the two journals. Any objection? Chair hears none. The journals are approved. Majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today we have a full lineup. You have a privileged speech to give as well as Senator Villar. Is it all right? I beg the indulgence of our colleagues if we just proceed with the third reading of two measures and then we'll proceed with the privilege hour, Mr. President. That is okay.
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, I move that we vote on third reading, Senate Bill number 1886, and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure, Mr. President.
The secretary will read the title of the measure and then conduct a roll call vote.
Senate Bill number 1886, an act further expanding the jurisdiction of the Metropolitan Trial Courts, Municipal Trial Courts in cities, Municipal Trial Courts, and Municipal Circuit Trial Courts, amending for the purpose Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senators. Angara.
Yes, sir.
Binay.
Yes.
Cayetano.
Yes.
De Lima. De La Rosa. Drilon.
Yes.
Gatchalian. Go.
Yes, yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Ontiveros.
Aye.
Lacson. Lapid. Marcos.
Yes.
Pacquiao.
Yes.
Pangilinan.
Yes.
Pimentel III.
I vote no and will explain later, Mr. President.
Poe.
Yes.
Recto.
Yes.
Revilla Jr., Tolentino,
No, no.
no. Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zubiri, Senate President Soto III,
Yes ako, Secretary. Yes ako. I'm a yes.
Senator Zubiri, yes, vote.
Senator Revilla, yes din Yes din ako. Sorry.
Yes. With 21 affirmative votes, 2 negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 1886 is approved on third reading.
Mr.
Senator
President,
Pimentel. Senator Pimentel, you're recognized.
thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the chance to explain my no vote on Senate Bill 1886. I have no disagreement with the need to amend the apportionment of the jurisdiction of the courts, especially our first and second level courts, to make the caseload of these courts, especially the RTCs, more realistic, more manageable. I know one of the complaints against our court system, our judicial system, our justice system is the delay in the pace of deciding cases. So we have to look for the proper balance. Unfortunately, when voting for a bill, although the bill has a separability clause, we cannot separate and just vote against the provision that we are against. So my problem, Mr. President, is with Section 3, the new Section 3, which was introduced during the amendment stage, which provides for the delegated authority of the Supreme Court to adjust the jurisdictional amounts for first and second level courts. I have two reasons for my objection. First, it cannot be done. It cannot be done. Second, it should not be done. There is this principle in constitutional law that legislative power cannot be delegated. That is found in Section 1, Article 6, the definition of legislative power vested in Congress. And then quoting Father Bernas in his book, the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines, legislative power is the authority to make laws and to alter and repeal them. So our Congress's legislative power is a delegated power from the people themselves. So at page 676 of the book of Father Bernas, as vested by the Constitution in Congress, it is a derivative and delegated power. The 1987 Constitution, according to Father Bernas, embodies a grant of plenary legislative power to the Philippine legislature. As corollary to this plenary grant of legislative power, it follows that the Congress alone can make laws and Congress may not delegate its law-making power. This is the principle of non-delegability of legislative power. So our grant of delegated authority to the Supreme Court under Section 3 of the bill is unfortunately, therefore, unconstitutional. The grant of legislative power to Congress is plenary, subject only to limitations found in the Constitution itself. The Constitution itself creates the Supreme Court, but courts lower to the Supreme Court are need to be created and created by law. Hence, the power to create these courts, as well as the power to apportion the jurisdiction of these various courts, fall under the plenary legislative power of Congress. There is not even a need for a specific grant of power in the Constitution to Congress. However, the 1987 Constitution still makes this very clear and emphasizes the obvious. There is Section 2 of Article 8, which says that the Congress shall have the power to define, prescribe, and apportion the jurisdiction of the various courts, but may not deprive the Supreme Court of its jurisdiction over cases enumerated in Section 5 of the said article. So the purpose of that provision is not really to grant the power to Congress, but to limit the power of Congress. So, and if we look at our historical precedents, our past practice, we come up with the same conclusion. Let me just invite the attention of my dear colleagues to Article 10, Section 1 of the 1973 Constitution. Ganun din po, nasabi doon, the Batasang Pambansa shall have the power to define, prescribe, and apportion the jurisdiction of the various courts, etc. Article 8, Section 2 of the 1935 Constitution, basically the same provision. So we are reminded of a statement in the case of Vera versus Avellino, that any power deemed to be legislative by usage and tradition is necessarily possessed by Congress unless the organic act has lodged it elsewhere. That it is only Congress which apportions and can apportion the jurisdiction of courts is therefore seen from our immemorial practice. Congress cannot delegate powers that are exclusively legislative. This is already a fixed doctrine of law. So there are cases I have encountered. Edu versus Ericta, 1970 case. What cannot be delegated is the authority under the Constitution to make laws and to alter and repeal them. So remember the phrase, to alter laws. Section 3 of our bill, under consideration, grants the Supreme Court the power and authority to adjust the jurisdictional amounts for first and second level courts. Hence, that is very clearly the power to alter the law, which is an exercise of legislative power by the Supreme Court. So there's another case, Abacada Guro Parties versus Ermita, a 2005 case, which stated that the powers which Congress is prohibited from delegating are those which are strictly or inherently and exclusively legislative. There is another case, Bureau of Customs Employees versus Teves, a 2011 case, which mentions the principle of separation of powers and states that necessarily embedded in this doctrine is the principle of non-delegation of powers as expressed in the Latin maxim potestas delegata non delegari potest, which means what has been delegated cannot be delegated. So this doctrine is based on the ethical principle that such delegated power constitutes not only a right but a duty to be performed by the delegate or through the instrumentality of his own judgment and not through the intervening mind of another. So in that case, my dear colleagues, Bureau of Customs Employees Associations, there is a footnote 30 of the said case which enumerated the exceptions to the principle of non-delegation of powers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There is no recognized exception of a valid delegation of legislative power in favor of the courts or in favor of the Supreme Court. Wala po dun sa limang enumeration. This will be mentioned in my written explanation, which I will submit later. So this is as it should be, because the Supreme Court, being an equal of the legislature, cannot be made the delegate or agent of the legislature. Out of respect for the Supreme Court, we should not treat the Supreme Court as our agent to alter or amend a law for us. And based on the doctrine of separation of powers, this cannot be done. There is Corwin, an author of the Constitution of the United States of America, who is quoted by Father Bernas as asking, why go to the trouble of separating the three powers of government if they can straightway remerge on their own motion? And there have been many cases filed in court raising the issue of the validity of alleged delegation of legislative power. However, these cases involve administrative agencies created by law, never involve the Supreme Court, which is a body created by the Constitution itself. So we should not treat the Supreme Court as if it were an administrative body like the ones created by Congress through law. So, and also, my dear colleagues, no delegation or attempted delegation of true or pure legislative power has ever been upheld as constitutional. So the test that we encounter, the completeness and sufficiency of standards test, developed in these cases refer to rule-making and not to law-making. So the following theories have been advanced in these cases. The non-legislative body may be authorized to fill up the details of the statute. Congress may pass contingent legislation, that is legislation which leaves to another body the business of ascertaining the facts necessary to bring the law into actual operation. Number three, the function performed by the administrative agency is not law-making but law execution. The power we granted the Supreme Court in Section 3 of the subject bill is lawmaking because it is to alter or amend the law as to the jurisdictional amounts for the first and second level courts. So, and there is another case, United States versus Ang Tangho, a 1922 case, where the Supreme Court invalidated the law because the legislature has not in any manner specified or defined any basis for the order, but has left it to the sole judgment and discretion of the Governor General to say what is and or what is not a cause, and what is or what is not an extraordinary rise in the price of rice, and as to what is temporary, what is a temporary rule or an emergency measure. So please take note that Section 3 of the subject bill does not define what an extraordinary supervening inflation or deflation of currency is, and what change in land valuation is significant enough for purposes of the said measure. So that is my reasoning that we cannot do this. We cannot delegate the said power because it is legislative power. Now on to my second reason, that even if we assume for the sake of argument that the power granted to the Supreme Court under Section 3 of the subject bill can be constitutionally done, we still should not do it. A power given to the legislature under the Constitution should not be delegated or transferred to another great branch of the government like the judiciary, because such a transfer would upset the balance of powers designed by the framers of the Constitution as ratified by the people. The division of powers in our Constitution follows a great design which we should not upset. Kasi also now, we are now requiring the Supreme Court to determine facts on the ground, like extraordinary supervening inflation or deflation of currency and change in land valuation, and consider this in whether to change policy, like the jurisdictional amounts or not. That is legislative work that the Supreme Court is not suited and meant to do. The courts apply policy embodied in law to the facts. That is their traditional role. We are giving the Supreme Court additional workload as if its plate is not yet full already. The time of the Supreme Court is better spent on acting on its tremendous caseload than on determining facts on the ground in order to change the legislative policy on the jurisdiction of first and second level courts. And by the way, the other great branches of government have been zealous in protecting the powers granted to them by the Constitution. So we should exhibit the same zeal. So there is this case called the Bar Flunkers Act, where the legislature tried to exercise a power lodged in the Supreme Court, which is to adjust the passing grades in the bar exam. The Supreme Court invalidated the said legislative act. The Supreme Court protected its power and rejected the attempt by the legislature to exercise a power lodged with the Supreme Court. There is another case, Estipona versus People, a 2017 case where Supreme Court declared the prohibition of plea bargaining in drugs cases as unconstitutional because the Supreme Court says this is part of our rule-making power. So the Supreme Court again protected its power and rejected the attempt by the legislature to exercise a power lodged with the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has been zealous in guarding the great design in our Constitution. So we should do the same. There are cases here, People versus Dakoy-Koy, a 1989 case, where Congress granted to courts the power to impose a penalty of imprisonment at the discretion of the court. So we granted the legislative power to courts. The Supreme Court invalidated that provision of law. In People versus Maseren, a 1977 case, the Secretary of Agriculture penalized electrofishing as punishable under the Fisheries Act, but it is not mentioned in the Fisheries Act. So the Supreme Court rejected the exercise of legislative power by the executive branch. In Tatad versus Secretary of the Department of Energy, a 1997 case, the same thing. The President added a standard which is not found in the law. The Supreme Court again rejected the exercise of legislative power by the executive branch. And there are many other cases, Mr. President. So in short, my position is that the legislature should be protective of its powers. There's a great reason why these have been granted to us. The framers of our Constitution, as well as our people who have ratified it, believe that when they granted these powers to the legislature, yes, the legislature can do it, even if our workload should have increased and multiplied. Let us not assign these legislative powers to be exercised by some other branch of government in the name of convenience or even of efficiency. And one final matter, Mr. President, my dear colleagues, the statement that the subject matter of Section 3 of the subject bill has been consulted with the Supreme Court or with a member or members of the court is immaterial and is misplaced. The subject bill is about the apportionment of the jurisdiction of first and second level courts and not about the appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Article 6, Section 30 of the 1987 Constitution is about the appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. So I most respectfully submit that the said provision of the Constitution is not relevant to the discussion of the subject bill. So once again, this representation would like to make it clear that he subscribes to the proposal of rationalizing the jurisdiction granted to our trial courts, but we have to do this without running afoul of the Constitution and the principles upon which the three great branches of our government are founded. So the Constitution must ever remain supreme. Hence, in defense of the Constitution, I beg for your understanding that I have to vote no. So, Mr. President, I will also be submitting a written explanation which elaborates on the cases I have mentioned. So thank you very much for your time, Mr. President and my dear colleagues.
All right, Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be abbreviated, short, considering that several items will be taken up today. Mr. President, I will be submitting my separate opinion on this, explaining my vote. I vote no, not because I'm against the bill. I vote no, Mr. President, because my disturbing feeling after that session was that we are violating the Constitution, Mr. President. The Constitution is clear, Mr. President. I have searched during the weekend the 18 articles of the Philippine Constitution. Nowhere in the text, in the four corners of that 53-page document, did I find a provision that would allow Congress to surrender and to delegate a portion of its allocated powers to the Supreme Court. Mr. President, the Constitution provided the three branches of government separate powers. The Constitution allocated the three branches of government, the executive, the legislative, the Supreme Court, the judiciary, separate powers. And only the Constitution can reallocate said powers, Mr. President. We are, Mr. President, violating Article 8, Section 2, which mentions that the Congress shall have the power to define, prescribe, and apportion the jurisdiction of the various courts, but may not deprive the Supreme Court of its jurisdiction over cases enumerated in Section 5 hereof. Section 5, Mr. President, mentions, and it's very explicit, that the Supreme Court shall have the following powers: exercise original jurisdiction over cases affecting ambassadors, among others, review, revise cases involving appeal or certiorari, Number 3, assign temporary judges of lower courts to other stations as public interest may require. Number 4, order a change of venue or place of trial to avoid the miscarriage of justice. And number 5, promulgate rules concerning the protection and enforcement of constitutional rights, among others. Number 6, appoint all the officials of the judiciary in accordance with the civil service law. Mr. President, I have yet to encounter a text within our Constitution empowering the legislative branch, even the executive branch, to reallocate powers given to them by the Constitution. Again, I posit this. We should not go beyond the text of the Constitution. What is written there should be observed as sacred, as part of the fundamental law of the land. The Constitution should be observed, not because it is descriptive. The Constitution should be followed, not because it is normative. The Constitution should be observed because it is operative. Mr. President, I vote no again because, like the members of the executive, when they took their oath of office, like the members of the judiciary, when they assumed office as judges and justices, like the members of the Congress, congressmen, senators, when we assume office, we swore to uphold and defend the Philippine Constitution. I vote no, Mr. President, because I am defending the Philippine Constitution, and I reserve the right to submit an extended opinion. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for their comments, as well as congratulations to the author, Senator Gordon. Mr. President, we have one other item for third reading. I move that we approve on third reading House Bill number 6598. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 6598, an act converting the municipality of Calaca in the province of Batangas into a component city to be known as the City of Calaca. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Angara,
Yes.
Binay,
Yes.
Cayetano,
Yes.
De Lima, De La Rosa, Drilon,
Yes.
Gatchalian, Go,
Yes, yes, yes.
Gordon,
Yes po, yes. Senator Gordon votes yes.
Ontiveros,
Aye.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos, Pacquiao,
Yes.
Sorry, yes.
Pangilinan,
Yes.
Pimentel III,
Yes.
Poe,
Yes.
Recto,
Yes.
Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 23 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 6598 is approved on third reading. Senator Tolentino.
Mr. President, just a moment of gratitude, Mr. President. I'd like to thank our colleagues who helped in the approval of this bill, the minority leader, the majority leader, and all our colleagues, Senator Recto from Batangas likewise. But for the people of Calaca who are listening right now, in your own gymnasium or even the municipal hall, before we celebrate, let me place this on record, Mr. President. The grant of cityhood is probably a key that would unlock the potentials of Calaca. I speak this based on experience as former president of the League of City Mayors of the Philippines, Pinagagawan po, Mr. President, na maging city, maging lungsod. But, Mr. President, I would like this to be placed on record. We are helping the people of Calaca, but we likewise should remind them that the cityhood itself is not enough for development. That cityhood is not the pure panacea for progress, Mr. President. If I were to be given the chance to amend the local government code, Mr. President, I would have placed there a provision on dynamism. But it is not allowed, Mr. President. Dynamism is characterized by new ideas, fresh opportunities, continued upgrading, quick actions, flexible adaptations, and creative innovations. No, we cannot place that in the law, Mr. President. If given the chance again to amend the Calaca Cityhood Bill, perhaps this is also not appropriate as a portion of a proper statutory bill drafting. I would have placed there good governance, a local government which is honest, effective, efficient in protecting its people and allowing opportunities for all to advance themselves in a stable and orderly city where they can live a good life and raise their children to do better than themselves as citizens of Calaca. Kung malalagay lang po sana sa batas yan, but they are listening, Mr. President. Before I end, Mr. President, I'd like to congratulate the city of Calaca and the citizens of Calaca. Remember that in 1836, Mr. President, they founded the unknown church today, unknown, perhaps known to some, but unknown to many. They established a church 62 years before the Philippine Revolution. It's the Church of the Black Saint Raphael, Mr. President. Saint Raphael, Mr. President, it is the patron saint of the blind, of the sick, of the physicians, of the nurses, of the medical workers. Mr. President, Saint Raphael, the patron saint of Calaca, is the patron saint of frontliners. That is why, Mr. President, I thank our colleagues for approving this measure, the first cityhood measure during the time of COVID-19 pandemic, reflective of a city whose patron saint is a patron saint of frontliners. With that, Mr. President, my message to the people of Calaca is that may God prosper you. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Tolentino. Majority Leader.
Yes, congratulations to Senator Tolentino and to all those that are listening today in Calaca for this historic moment that you will now be made a city and your growth is assured by the increase in IRA. And tama sinabi po ni Senator Tolentino, dynamism is a very important key in development because we have to look at new things, you have to look at the future and future, a mode of future or mode of doing things in the future, Mr. President. So congratulations to the people of Calaca and also to Senator Recto, who now has the first district of the province, the great province of Batangas.
Senator Rafael.
Senator Rafael is...
Thank you, Mix. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you. Yes. So next is for our colleagues who will avail of the privilege hour, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, may we recognize our distinguished Senate President Vicente Soto III to avail of the privilege hour, Mr. President.
The Senate President is recognized to deliver his privilege speech. Thank you, Mr. President. Dear Mr. Senate President, my esteemed colleagues, I actually had a lengthy privilege speech prepared, but I will opt for a more commonsensical approach on the subject that I would want to speak about. Mr. President, the Committee on Public Services, I understand, will be conducting a hearing tomorrow on Republic Act 11229. This is the Child Safety in Motor Vehicles Act. There are several resolutions filed deferring the implementation of Republic Act 11-229, otherwise known as the Child Safety in Motor Vehicles Act. PS Resolution 634 and PS Resolution 633. Mr. President, even Malacanang is also supportive of the intent of the resolution, which is the deferment of the implementation. That is according to Senator Bongo. Now, if the reason for the postponement is due to the pandemic, this is all right with me. I support such a move. However, if the reason for the postponement is not due to the pandemic, but that the law is being misinterpreted, that I cannot support. Are we just going to allow our country to remain as a third world country in terms of safety of children? Many have a very wrong understanding of the law that we passed. There are countries similarly situated, or shall we call underdeveloped, or the least developed countries, such as El Salvador, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Cambodia, Mozambique, Lao People's Democratic Republic. But their implementation of their car seat or child seat safety law is doing well, or are doing well. In the first world countries, obviously, United States, Europe, even in the developed countries here in Asia, when you rent a car, you will have to rent a child seat if you have a child with you. Wala namang umangal. No one complains. They've had it for years. It's been effective. As I said, no complaints. But dito sa atin, hindi na naintindihan yung batas, rereklamo pa. Ano, Mr. President, let me be very specific. Republic Act 11229 is a very simple law with just 18 sections, only 9 of which are considered to be cruxes, and the rest are just the usual standard provisions. But why is it misinterpreted? Give you a sample of the misinterpretation. A radio announcer, or shall I call annunciator, says that what can she do? She's barely 4'10". Doon daw sa pag sumakay siya sa harap o sa likod daw, baka huliin daw siya ng pulis. Ba't mukha ka bang 11 years old? Mukhang 50-12 eh. Tinatanong ni Senator Villanueva, ano raw yung 50-12? 62. Like the age of the presiding officer. He is 60-12. 60-12 lang. Mukha ka 62. Kahit na, ang liwanag, Mr. President, the law is so clear. Child. Mukha ka man child. Mr. President, even a midget is not a child. Ano? If he is beyond the age that has been mentioned, which is below 12 years old. Social media contributes to the misinterpretation. Merong nagsasabi na, paano daw yung anak niya, 11 years old lang, 5'8". Hindi kailangan. Hindi ba? Common sense. 5'8 pala eh. Kahit 5 years old lang yun, hindi kailangan. It has to be combined. The law says combined, the age and the height. Ganun eh, at saka weight. Yun ang maliwanag na maliwanag dun eh. I don't know what has gone to some of our friends, no? Now, why is a car restraint system necessary? Mandating the use of age-appropriate, yun ang nasa batas, age-appropriate child restraint system, like car seats and booster seats, are one of the evidence-based road safety policies that will save lives of the minor passengers and will give them a better chance of surviving a car crash. Yun eh. The law covers only below 12 years old and with a height of less than 150 centimeters or 49 inches. If a child does not fall in this age and height requirement as provided law by law, the seat belt, the usual seat belt will suffice. Kasi po, tingnan nyo, kung ang bata, let's say, kahit malaki-laki pero 11 years old, pag nag-seatbelt, saan ang tama na shoulder belt? Sa leeg. Na mag-booster seat. Yun, yung bata, 6 years old, 5 years old, kung hindi mo nilagyan na child restraint, hindi naka seatbelt yun. Dahil pag sinitbelt mo yun, sa ilong ang tama ng shoulder belt. Ano? Kaya kailangan yung child seat na tinatawag. And that is the safety because according to a published article by the Pediatric Trauma Department of the C.S. Mott Children's Hospital in Michigan, USA, bones develop with age, not size. So even if your child is big for their age, their spine needs to be protected. Thus, the age of the child is a big factor. Kinonsider lahat ng committee natin yan nung araw. All of the senators present when the bill was approved, even on third reading, voted in favor in the 17th Congress. 20 na senador ang bumoto rito. 20 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention. Sa House of Representatives, 225 affirmative votes. Let's stop the blame game. There are people saying that, naku, may mga gustong kumita, mga Chinese. Kaya daw ito ipinasok itong batas na ito. If that is the argument, well, then don't buy the iPhone. Ano? Dahil assembled in China. The Xiaomi products, Huawei, Lenovo, shoes like Nike, Adidas, and other top sneaker brands, as they are all manufactured in China, baka kumita China. Pagka ganun. O puro US ang bilhin nyo. Some plastic wares, furniture, housewares, various items, both sold through Lazada and Shopee. Puro China yun eh. So it's not the reason, huwag mong gagamiting dahilan kasi baka raw may kikita lang, meron lang gustong kumita sa gobyerno. Mr. President, really, I wonder, in this issue, I wonder who the cerebrally challenged are. The implementors or those opposing the law on social media? And I hope this will be answered tomorrow in the hearing, you know? Because, Mr. President, although we have numerous laws already relative to road safety, implementation is always the problem. Some of the existing road safety laws are the Seatbelts Use Law, the Anti-Drunk and Drug Driving Law, Children's Safety on Motorcycle Act, Road Speed Limiter Act, the Anti-Distracted Driving Act. Ganun pa man, our country is behind when it comes to the safety in transportation, especially safety of the children. We are behind in transportation, and that includes the Department of Transportation. I can only pray that our children and grandchildren do not get hurt because of our misunderstanding of the law. Kaya please, bago, basa muna, bago kumontra. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, will the Senate President allow me to ask him a few questions?
Yes, with the permission of the Senate President, Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Certainly, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Eduard.
Thank you, Mr. President. With your permission, I want to share your concern because I am a car seat child safety advocate. All my children use a car seat way into their older ages also. And I would like to ask His Honor if he has the same observation as me. When this issue came out last week, is it possible that the agency involved and then to a certain extent media did not try to see the benefit of it, did not even give this law this benefit of the doubt. Like His Honor mentioned, parang nilagyan agad ng balisya, nilagyan ng ginawang kakatuwanan when it's a very, very serious matter. So would His Honor agree with my observation that the agency could have done a better job in promoting it, but media could also do a better job in trying to understand what was the objective here before they vilify it and before they make fun of it?
We missed the last part of your statement.
Sorry. My statement and question was if His Honor agrees with me that the agency involved, and is this LTO, AOTR, I'm not sure, would they have done a better job in preparing for the launch date so that maliwanag po sa public? And could media have also done a better job in understanding what the objective was before it was vilified and made public?
Yes. Madam Chairperson of the Committee on Ways and Means, Your Honor, Mr. President. Yes, I understand the penchant for the Filipino for comedy. Lahat ng bagay kino-comedy natin eh. Meron ng matinding pangyayari, may comedy pa tayo eh. Naintindihan ko yun. Hindi yun ang problema eh. The agency that you mentioned, yes, they have contributed to the obfuscation of the law instead of being enlightening. Ano? Sila nakatulong eh. Nakakalain mo sumagot siya. Eh, paano sa kanya maliit? Eh, sabi nung isang agency representative, eh, bumili ka na mas malaki. Oh, galing ah. Gusto mag-comedy. Yes, I agree, Your Honor, Mr. President.
We lost you, Senator Cayetano.
I think she's having technical difficulties, Mr. President. Would you like to shift to, there are two other who would like to interpolate for the meantime, Senator Gordon as well as Senator Risa Ontiveros, Mr. President. Who would you can maybe recognize Senator Gordon first, Mr. President?
Yes,
After
Senator
that,
Gordon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Senator Ping, and Majority Floor Leader. I just would like to support the position of our esteemed Senate President, and I agree that that this was done primarily for the protection of many young people, especially those below the age of 12. Mr. President, I just want to say that when I was asked this question, I said it's probably a question of timing right now, because right now many people are hard up. Some have lost their jobs, some are not making any money. Not because I'm not doing it, because I'm the director, and we want to make sure we save lives, Mr. President. But the other point I'd like to make with the acceptance of the President is that omnibus guideline on the implementation of community quarantine in the Philippines with amendments December 14, 2020. And I will quote, children 15 years old, those are over 65 years of age, and all of the children, obviously, those with immunodeficiency, comorbidity, or other health risks, and pregnant women, including any person who resides with the aforementioned, shall be required to remain in their residence at all times, except when indispensable under the circumstances for obtaining essential goods and services, or for work in industries or such other activities permitted in the section recommended by paragraph A of IATF Resolution number 79, October 15, 2020. So children below 20 years old, for 12 years old, will not be leaving their houses anyway. This is just you might call it philosophical, or in Tagalog, philosophical argument. But children below 12 years old will not be allowed. That is the law. That is the provisions in the omnibus IATF guidelines on the implementation of community quarantine. Be that as it may, Mr. President, I still maintain that that is important, that we have a child restraint. Now, you know, Mr. President, there are people, I had a very good lawyer once upon a time who did not hit 411. He was 4'9". He was over 12 years old, definitely. He was a damn good lawyer. And yet, I don't think he would have to be restrained. Because I think he's of sound mind, unlike many of us who are sometimes forget that we are not in a lucid interval. But the point here, Mr. President, is I maintain that this is important for all the whole world is doing it, and not just because they're doing it. They should do it. We should do it because accidents do happen. And nothing is more tragic than to see a child who is flung across the windshield of a vehicle because he was not restrained. So, Mr. President, that's my comments, Mr. President. And I thank you for your principles. That is all, Mr. President.
Thank you for your response, Mr. Senate President. Senator Pia Cayetano still has the floor. But if he's willing to yield to Senator Gordon in the meantime, you may proceed and respond to the question of Senator Gordon.
Yes, I will just respond to Senator Gordon first, and we can go back to Senator Pia. Yeah, I would like to thank the gentleman. Of course, I know where he's coming from, and therefore, I do agree with what he said. The operative word is child. Ganun kasimpleng labanan eh. Child ang pinag-uusapan. Ano? And then, the postponement is fine with me. Indeed, because of the pandemic, extra funds are not available. And then perhaps what the government can do is to try to subsidize the manufacturers or the manufacture or importation of such in the future. No? Once we or Congress or the IATF agrees that the pandemic has subsided or has gone into a more controlled level. So that I agree. But then there is this point of Senator Tolentino that she always mentions, yung IRR eh. Kuminsan yung IRR, talagang ang tendency nung gumagawa ng IRR, baguhin yung ginawa natin eh. And I know for a fact that we cannot. They're not supposed to submit it to us. Perhaps we can look into that particular possibility. Ano, kung pwede yan, perhaps the legal luminaries in the Senate like Senator Drilon and company can look into that particular issue that the Supreme Court decided on before. Paano ba nating magagawa ng paraan yun na pagkagawa yung IRR, dapat naman may approval talaga ng Congress. Ano, but sinabi dati ng Supreme Court decision, hindi daw, but I don't know how we can go about that. Kung minsan doon nagkakatalo eh. Yung gumagawa ng IRR, gumagawa ng sarili nilang batas eh. At iniiba yung ginawa natin eh. Ganun yung dating eh. Ano? So anyway, again, thank you, Senator Gordon.
With the,
Yes.
yes, with the kind indulgence of Senator Gordon, can we allow Senator Pia Cayetano to continue their interpellations and then we'll get back to you?
Just one line, tapos na ako. I'll just say, and I agree with the Senate President, because the IRR has always really gone beyond the standard. They have become a third Congress. And I think we should do something about it. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Pia Cayetano, you may continue.
Thank you. I apologize. I don't know why my Wi-Fi wasn't working. So I'll just repeat my question. I was asking the Senate President if he agrees with my observation that the implementing agency could have prepared better the launch of this program, especially considering it is the time of COVID. And I agree with a lot of our colleagues that the timing wasn't really great. But that is beyond our control. But even the knowledge that it's going to be applicable, did they even give them enough time to prepare, to buy? Do the stores even know that the standard stores where a mother would go to buy the products for her child, do they even have they even stock all of this? I know this will be taken up in the hearing, but since the Senate President already took up the issue, I just wanted to express my observation and ask if he shared my view. Number one, would have done a much better job in preparing for the date that this will become due, and if it was meant to be postponed, then maybe should have postponed it anyway. And number two, also media and also understanding the importance of this, instead of sadly contributing to it being vilified. And I'll give one example. In one news report that I saw, when it reported about the implementation of this law, the photo that they featured was the typical car seat that is usually used for an infant or maybe 1 or up to 2 years old. But I was delighted actually when Mr. Honor mentioned booster seat, because that's what my children used when they were older. It's a booster seat. And it makes people who don't understand this concept understand it better. Exactly how the Senate President said it is a booster seat. Tataasin ka para hindi ka masakal ng seatbelt. Oh, hindi naman nakakatawa yun. Hindi naman nakakapagtaka yun. Pero hindi yun yung ginagamit, so hindi nakakatulong sa issue na ito. So, Mr. Senate President, will you agree with my observation?
Yes, yes, Mr. President, I agree. Absolutely. They have to be better prepared at when this law is implemented and at the proper time, as we agree. And then it's good that you mentioned that particular thing about the booster seat. Tama, ang nilalagay nila sa mga pictures, sa media, social media, mainstream media, yung child restraint, your child seat, na pang 3 years old, 2 years old. Yun ang pinakikita nila dahil pinagkakasya bigla yung isang kung anong ito drawing nila noon. Hindi ganun When you are, let's say, 9 years old or 10 years old, yung anak mo, hindi naman talaga kailangan ang kailangan mo doon booster seat ang tawag. Why? Bakit booster seat? Ibig sabihin, yung uupuan mo lang na mas mataas. Bakit? Yung seatbelt sa liig tatama Kung hindi sa liig, sa ilong Kaya booster seat mo, it's not, yung child restraint na tinatawag is not confined to child seats only na pang-baby o pambata. Problema nga, bago dumada, hindi nagbabasa. Kaya basa muna bago kumontra. Ganun lang pong kasimple labanan. So I absolutely agree, Mr. President, to Senator Cayetano.
Yes, and on that note, maybe our in the hearing tomorrow we could expand on these concerns of ours, because we need media to be our partners here. And I truly felt so bad when I wasn't in the Senate, by the way, Mr. President, when you passed that bill. I was in the House. I did not take an active role because I was happy that there was going to be such a law. Pero pag hindi naman na-explain ng mabuti, then maraming hindi nakakaintindi. And of course, as a lot of us noted, it would be an added expense at this point. And since as Senator Gordon correctly pointed out, hindi naman lumalabas ang mga bata, timely siguro na ma-postpone talaga mo yan. But we should be able to discuss this objectively and not in a way that negates the very importance of this bill. So thank you, Mr. Senate President, for bringing it up, and I support the call to look into this so that we can prepare better to really be able to support the safety of the children. Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
Mr.
you,
President. Thank you.
Senator Pia. Will Senator Gordon yield the floor to Senator
already,
Rizal
he's-
Tiveros, or
I think
You will
Senator
still-
Gordon's done.
he's done already?
He's done, it's,
Senator Rizal Tiveros is recognized.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. President. Like the gentleman from Zambales, this is not an interpellation, but a brief manifestation, if I may, Mr. President. As chairperson of the Senate Committee on Children, I would just like to express my wholehearted support for the privileged speech of the Senate President and for RA 11229. Madami talaga ang agam-agam sa batas na ito at hindi rin nakatulong ang ilang kawani ng LTO. Nagsisimpati din po ako sa mga kababayan natin na nahihirapan na sa gitna ng pandemya ito. Ngunit sa akin pong palagay, Mr. President, our highest priority should always be our children and their safety. Kung nakasanayan natin noon na hindi mag-car seat, hindi po ibig sabihin ay hindi na dapat mag-car seat ngayon. According to a WHO study, road injuries are still the third leading cause of death for the 5 to 9-year-old age range. At dati nga, di din tayo nagsi-seatbelt. As science allows us to discover new things, we must make sure our laws keep up and that these laws are clearly spelled out and, if necessary, clarified in the implementing laws and regulations. So muli po, salamat sa Senate President para sa kanilang privileged speech. Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. No.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. I fully support the Senator Zubiri, Mr. President, Majority Leader.
Yes, Senator Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I fully support the speech of our distinguished gentleman, the Senate President. But I'm just curious, Mr. President, because I'm in a situation where my son, he's 11 years old he's 10 years old turning 11 this April. He's already over 5 feet tall, Mr. President. Does he still need to wear a car seat? Kasi matangkad na po siya, Mr. President. That's the question I'd like to ask.
Yes, thank you for that question. Precisely, the answer is no. He does not need a child seat because he is tall already.
Thank you, Mr. President. Siguro tatanungin din natin yung mga implementers ng bukas para maklaro talaga at walang mahuling matatangkad na mga bata. There's a phenomenon na yun, Mr. President, yung mga bata tatangkad na mga bata na yun.
Correct. Besides, Senator Gordon mentioned this. In the pandemic, which is still prevailing over our country and the rest of the world, 10 years old and below, di naman pwedeng lumabas eh. Kaya okay lang na i-postpone. Ang problema sa postponement. But please do not demonize. Ganun ang ginagawa ng iba eh. Again, as I said earlier, yes, the Filipino has a penchant for comedy. Kino-comedy lahat ng bagay. Pero okay lang kung comedy. Pero huwag niyong didibdibin. Huwag niyong tututuhanin na akala ganun nga. That's it, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Joel,
Thank you.
is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This is going to be a short, not interpellation, clarificatory question. But let me just put on the record that this representation fully support our Senate President in his call not to demonize the laws that we pass here, because we really work hard for it. And I'm a proud author of this RA 11229, and we feel that it is important that we pass this kind of laws that would protect our children. These are world standards, so to speak, and you go anywhere in the world, this is such an important measure. May I just also put on record that I praise and thank God for our Senate President for raising this particular issue of and supporting the postponement during the pandemic, because one, you look at the number of workers unemployed, which is 8.7%. About 3.8 million workers are now unemployed as of October 2019, and there's about 4,577,000 workers who have experienced income or compensation loss due to due from March to December 2020. And you look at the remittances, Mr. President, 0.8%, decline of 0.8%, or an estimated of $218 million compared to January to November of last year. Yung decline ng ating remittances. Kaya we fully support the postponement, no, Mr. President. But again, we want to put on record that this is an important measure. One question that I'd like to raise, Mr. President, is the importance of our implementing agencies to look into the laws that we pass here before they implement. For instance, in this particular issue, would that be a no-brainer not to implement this right away and force our people to buy car seats, considering that what the Senate President made mention a while ago, that the children are not supposed to go out anyways. So these are just some of the things that I'd like to raise. Would the distinguished Senate President agree with this representation?
Yes, Mr. President, the key, I think, is information dissemination. I think that's the key. Even with other laws.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, huwag na tayo lumayo. When we passed Republic Act 9165, noong araw, noong 2002, when we passed the the comprehensive anti-dangerous drugs laws, ultimo yung mga enforcer at prosecutors, mali ang intindi. Kaya we had to go, I joined a group of lawyers who were going around the country doing conferences and symposiums, seminars, to enforcers, to prosecutors, para i-explica na hindi, mali intindihin nyo nito, ito dapat ito ganyan, mga, it happens, it really happens. And so the information dissemination is very important in this particular law, especially. But again, yes, not now, so they have enough time to disseminate the information. They will have enough time because hindi ba natin masabi hanggang kailan pa tayo dito sa pandemic na ito.
Right information, and I totally agree with our Senate President. And Mr. President, I have two kids, Jayden and Gwyn, aged 10 and 8. We bought car seats, we bought booster seats, because we know how important it is to have this car seats and booster seats. But again, Mr. President, there's a big problem in communications or disseminating information. I would just like to show you few seconds, 20 seconds of this interview made to the LTO director. I think his name is Director Ginto. Can we play it, please?
Tanong, Direktor, kung ang 12 years old po ninyo ay sobrang tangkad at siya po ay lalagyan ng booster, so aangat po yung Direktor, tatama ang ulo sa kotse. Hindi po ba mas delikado yun? Kapag nagkaroon po tayo ng aksidente.
Laki-lakihan mo yung sasakyan mo.
Ay, wala po akong gano'n. Ang pinag-usapan po natin dito, Director Ginto, ay yung karamihan po sa ating mga kapamilya. Na kailangan din po natin i-consider po yun.
Mr. President, that's a classic example na lumalabas na information, and even some of our friends are confused because of such pronouncements coming from the implementing agencies. And so again, Mr. President, I thank the Senate President for raising and emphasizing not just age, not just height, but even weight, Mr. President. And so I hope, Mr. President, that this particular issue will be tackled tomorrow and that more effective communication program will be given to our people. Kasi mas marami yung malilito pag mismong LTO ang maririnig natin ng ganitong mga pronouncements.
Right, thank you, Mr. President. I agree. Just a sidelight, hindi lang matiis na hindi ko ikwento, pinag-usapan namin ni Senator Lito Lapid. I'm sure you'll be interested, Senator, Mr. President. Kasi nga daw, sabi pa raw nung iba, paano daw yung mga midget? Ang sagot ko nga, alam nung midget ko ano gagawin niya. Matanda na yun may isip yun. Di ba? Pag nabangga yun, makaka-alert yun. Pero yung 4 years old, 5 years old, makaka-alert ba yun? Hindi, iba yun. Ibang usapan yun. At saka alam nung ano gagawin because may edad May edad na siya. Yun lang. Meron pa siyang dinagdag pero it's censored, Mr. President. So,
well, thank you again. I'd like to thank our distinguished Senate President for raising this particular issue. It's about time that we also call the attention of our implementing agencies. It's very important. Talaga yung communication is very important. Otherwise, lalong malilito, lalong magugulo at lalong hindi makakatulong sa mga batas na ating ipinasa at pinag-aralang mabuti bago ipasa. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. God bless us all.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva.
Mr. President, next to
Senator Recto is recognized.
Senator Recto and Senator Pimentel afterwards.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Just a few questions to our distinguished Senate President. Mr. President, hindi kaya ang problema kasi masyadong ang LTO hindi marunong magbusina at paminsan-minsan kailangan ng seatbelt din mismo ng LTO. Masyadong madali, walang public hearing pa, nag-i-impose kaagad ng mga batas na to during COVID, no? At hindi lang ito ang problema ng LTO, napakarami na. Katulad ng motor vehicle inspection, Mr. President. Kaya ba may maliwanag na batas tungkol dyan? Would the Senate President know if there is any?
I am not aware, Mr. President. Yes, because like what Senator Cayetano said, the agency here has contributed to the obfuscation.
Correct.
So yung IRR dapat ngayon merong information dissemination muna and you are correct.
Correct. At yung pinakita kanina ni Senator Villanueva na in a TV program, ganoon sumagot yung LTO. Paano kaya hindi natin masisisigay yung taong bayan natin dahil sa kapalpakan ng LTO? Kaya nga sabi ko, kailangan mismo ang LTO. Lagyan ng seatbelt mismo. Sila ang dapat i-restrain. I'll give you another example, Mr. President. Nung isang linggo, sabi ng LTO, if you are driving a private car, kailangan naka-face mask ka.
Kung nagda-drive ka ng private car, kailangan naka-face mask ka.
Naka-face mask ka.
Sabi. Ikaw lang mag-isa o may kasama ka?
Whether mag-isa ka o may kasama ka.
Sabi. Ay, mali.
Mali. So, ano susunod doon? Sasabihin sa bahay mo, kailangan naka-face mask ka rin. Kasama mo yung asawa.
If you're alone, you need not have a face mask when you're alone in your car.
Yes, yes. If you and your wife are together, magkasama kayo sa bahay, sa kwarto, hindi kayo naka-face mask Bakit pa kayo kailangan ng LTO? Siguro pwede pag public vehicle because you're in public space.
Yes, and there is perhaps if there is a driver with you, baka kailangan naka-face mask kayo. Pero kung kayong dalawa lang,
yes, that is your
magkasawa kayo, hindi ba? Magkasama kayo sa kwarto, magkasama kayo sa kama.
Yes.
Ano?
Sometimes kasi ang gobyerno nag-overreach kahit wala nga sa batas ginagawa, di ba? Kaya kailangan na restrain din yung LTO. Maraming kapalpakan. Yung mga plaka ng kotse natin na binayaran ng mga nakaraan, may mga dumating na ba?
I'm not aware, Mr. President. Well, there was a time that I visited the LTO office, because the General Galvante, who is now LTO chief, used to be my executive director in the Dangerous Drugs Board. So I visited once. They have a plant already manufacturing the plates. But perhaps hindi pa sila nakaka-update doon sa mga naiwan.
Correct. Na nabayaran
Hindi pa
na.
na-deliver.
And remember, gumawa sila ng paraan na baguhin lahat ng plaka kahit hindi kailangan. Kaya, and that is one of the reasons why marami sa ating mga kababayan nababahala. More so now during the time of COVID that so many people have lost their jobs and income. And yet, there are too many fees being imposed by the LTO. Yun nga, if you're not wearing a face mask in a private vehicle, they were saying they will fine you with 2,000 pesos. Ang malaking tinatamaan dito, Mr. President, yung middle class or lower middle income class. Na lumigit. Especially during COVID. Yan ang isa sa pinakamalaking problema natin ngayon. And that's why I thank the Senate President for bringing this issue up. The objective of the law is good. It is about safety, no doubt about it. But the problem is how the LTO implements it or without even any public consultation. Nandun yung malaking problema. So I just wanted to use this opportunity to highlight your speech by talking about the failure of this government agency. And tomorrow we will have a hearing not only on this issue, but other issues of LTO, including yung motor vehicle inspection.
I agree, yes.
Naman ng mga fine na that they are imposing here. Ha? At kawawa naman yung motorista. Meron na tayong road users tax. Nagbabayad tayo excise tax on vehicle. Nagbabayad tayo ng toll fees. Sa lahat, halos lahat na rin ang dinadaanan natin. And then, they will impose again new fees during this period of pandemic. At doon ako nababahala, Mr. President. So again, I thank you for bringing this issue out so that we can talk about the lapses in the judgment of many LTO officials. So thank you for that, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you also, Mr. President. Thank you, the gentleman from Batangas. Thank you very much. And as much as the Public Services Committee will be hearing it tomorrow, might as well ask them about this issue of roadworthiness. Sino ba nag-i-issue ng certificate of roadworthiness? Just last week, there was a truck. I don't know if it's a bus or a truck that rammed 4 houses, killed 4 people, and rammed about 2 or 3 cars. Ang sabi, walang daw ng preno. Paano nakakakuha ng certificate of roadworthiness itong mga to? Sino nag-i-issue sa Department of Transportation ng certificate of roadworthiness of these vehicles? Paano nakakatulog sa gabi yun na alam niya araw-araw may namamatay dahil binigyan nila ng certificate of roadworthiness sa isang sasakyan na nakamatay dahil bulok? Perhaps the Committee on Public Services could look into this matter also tomorrow, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the Senate President, if I could ask some clarificatory questions.
Yes, certainly, Mr. President.
First of all, thank you for bringing the issue of roadworthiness as an additional subject matter of your privileged speech, sir, because I think that's a very important topic and a problem that we should focus on. Actually, Mr. President, I have instructed my legislative staff to look at the penalties for these quasi-offenses and amend the law to increase the penalty beyond the probationable limit or probationable threshold, so that people will be more careful and avoid negligence. So, but Mr. President, hindi ko kasi talaga mapigilan na magtanong o mag-react nung narinig kong sumama ka sa grupo ng mga abogado with your nationwide lecture or education series inform the public about the Dangerous Drugs Act. Ang tanong ko na, ito ba'y bago ka madisbar?
Yes, Mr. President. Before I was disbarred, well, para doon sa mga nagtataka at nagtatanong kung bakit ano yung pinag-uusapan natin, baka nagtataka yung nasa live stream ng Senate. Because I was charged of lawyering for Paulo Duterte and Mans Carpio. And so I said, oh, they disbar me if I'm lawyering. And I was disbarred, Mr. President. No, yes, that was way back. After, when I was Dangerous Drugs Board Chair, 2008, that was when I realized and I was informed that there were many prosecutors who did not understand the 9165. Kaya tayo, when we got back and together with you, we were able to amend Section 21. Minisinterpret nila yung Section 21 eh. Yung preservation of evidence na parte. Ano, yun ang isa sa mga na nakagulo. And then of course yung quantity, kailangan pa bang explica natin na kapag 5 grams lang yung binebenta, pero binebenta, drug trafficking yun. Hindi possession yun. Ngayon, kung meron kang 50 grams, hindi mo naman binibenta, nahawakan mo, possession yun. Sometimes, Mr. President, it's just common sense eh. Pero talagang kuminsan, kailangan talagang umikot tayo. And I was joined by my vice chairman then, Attorney Paul Waminal of Cebu. We started this with the PIDEA, and then prosecutors, and then even there were judges that joined us in these seminars and symposiums. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. And but levity aside, sir, I think the problem with the LTO spokesman, as we have seen in the clip shown by Senator Villanueva, is that they don't seem to be practicing their answers to probable questions before they appear before the media. Sana ganun, kung sino yung designated spokesman who will now elaborate on a certain subject matter of the law to explain to the people, paghandaan nila. Mag-brainstorming sila doon, mag-practice sila sa opisina before pakawalan yung spokesman. Kasi although sabi nga ni Senate President na pinapasokan natin ng comedy ang halos lahat ng bagay, pero doon sa clip hindi obvious na nagbibiro siya eh. So talagang yun yung problema. So siguro definitely medyo nag-smile naman siya doon, siguro nagbibiro nga siya, pero hindi po obvious. So ang unang reaction mo na nakarinig doon, kayo siguro may kakayaan kayo na palitan lang yung sasakyan ninyo sa mas malaki, pero ang laking problema niyan sa karamihan ng bayan. So yun po siguro, bukas siguro pwede ma-remind po natin sila na paghirapan din nila, paghandaan din nila yung pagiging designated spokesman. Ano po sa tingin niyo, Mr. President?
Yes, I agree. As a matter of fact, there are certain matters that a joke will not be appropriate. Merong mga panahon, seryoso yung tanong eh. As a matter of fact, one thing I noticed about the question was that it was an impractical question actually. Paano daw kung malaki, pagkatapos sasayad yung ulo pag nilagyan ng booster seat? Ang sapat ng sagot ng LTO doon, bakit mo lalagyan ng booster seat kung malaki? At sasayad yung ulo. Di ba? Dapat yun ang sagot niya eh. Hindi yung lakihan yung sasakyan. So sometimes merong mga biro na inappropriate, Mr. President.
Kaya nga sir, Mr. President, obvious na hindi naghanda, di ba? So hindi man lamang nag-prepare sila ng mga posibleng itatanong.
Correct, mga possible questions.
Yes sir, and then siyempre sabi natin media katulong natin. So dapat siguro yung government media katulong natin. Ano na kaya nagawa naman nila to help explain the purpose of the law, the benefits of this law, and then the probable measures, yung mga posibleng gagawin ng gobyerno para makatulong na hindi maging mas pabigat itong batas na ito. Meron na po bang ginawa ng government controlled or government owned media?
Wala pa po ako alam. Namomonitor ko naman usually ang social media, and I get reports from my friends who are into this, ano. And wala pa akong nakikita eh. Ang nakikita ko lang, and I've already told Senator Bongo about this. I told him, to tell his friends in the palace, especially the PCOO, that they are getting a beating, a thrashing of fake news. And kung ano-ano, talon-talo sila sa social media ng mga mali at kung ano-anong mga istoryang naririnig natin. When government should be on top of this so that information dissemination is well extended throughout the country.
Thank you, Mr. President. Meron ngang Section 28 ng IRR eh. Sana pansinin ng government media din yan. At saka, Mr. President, napansin ko sa batas that we are also referring to United Nations regulations. So, actually, is this law connected with some treaty that we are already a party to, so that we are simply also just implementing or abiding with our obligations pursuant to treaty?
I am not sure about that. I will be talking off my hat if I give you an answer of yes or no. No, I'm not sure, Mr. President. We can look into that. Perhaps the Committee of Senator Po can look into that tomorrow.
Bukas, sir. We can ask that question also. Pero
yes,
sir, sa madaling salita, ito kasi yung nakikita ko eh. Requirement ang paggamit ng seatbelt para po yan sa safety ng lahat.
Correct.
Ang mga bata o yung mga maliliit ang size, kailangan ng tulong para makagamit safely ng seatbelt. Yan po ang purpose ng car seat at saka ng booster seat. Yan po. Kaya nga yung mga physically challenged, yung height challenge sa atin na adult na, kaya na nilang mag-isip sa sarili nila. And I'm sure, kukuha din sila ng ng booster seat so that they can safely use the seat belt. So, konektado po lahat yan. It is for our safety. Yan po ang purpose ng batas. So, kailangan all of these car seat, booster seat, so that we can all of us can safely use the seat belts, which have been, I think, scientifically proven naman to really help prevent deaths in accidents or in violent accidents or incidents. So, yan po yung basa ko sa batas, Mr. President. So, sana maintindihan po natin why we passed such a law. For it's all for the good of the people in general. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. I thank Senator Pimentel and all our colleagues also for their support and their manifestations towards this particular issue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, President. With that, we'd like to move that the speech and the comments made by our distinguished colleagues in their interpellation thereafter be
Deferred.
referred. Yes, sir. I'm just looking who's talking, Mr. President. Be referred to the Committee on Public Services, which will have a hearing tomorrow, Mr. President.
So referred.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority
President.
Leader.
May we recognize another distinguished colleague of ours, our distinguished colleague from Las Piñas, to avail of the privilege hour. May we recognize Senator Cynthia Villar, Mr. President.
The distinguished lady from Las Piñas, Senator Cynthia Villar, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. I would have delivered this privileged speech last week during the celebration of the Wetland Day, but due to the death of our two senators, this has been moved today. Last week, on February 2, the World Wetland Day was observed. The theme this year was Wetlands and Water, to highlight the importance of wetland as a source of fresh water and encourages action to restore them and stop their deterioration and loss. World Wetland Day marks the anniversary of the signing of the Convention on Wetlands of International Importance, or the Ramsar Convention in Ramsar, Iran in 1971. This year, in fact, marks the 50th year anniversary of its signing. The Convention on Wetlands is an intergovernmental treaty that embodies the commitment of its member countries to maintain the ecological character of their wetlands of international importance and to plan for the wise use or sustainable use of all the wetlands in their territories. The Philippines joined the Ramsar Convention in 1994. Signatories to join the convention agree to include wetland conservation considerations in their national planning and commit to implement and promote the wise use of wetlands in their territory. By wise use of wetland, Ramsar refers to approaches that integrate protection or conservation with development. There are now 8 sites in the Philippines that have been designated as wetlands of international importance. The 8th one, Sasmoa Pampanga Coastal Wetland, was in fact listed last week, February 2, during the World Wetlands Day celebration. It was announced by the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Biodiversity Management Bureau, and the Ramsar Secretariat in Gland, Switzerland. Sasmoan Pampanga Coastal Wetland is the first in Central Luzon, covering more than 3,500 hectares of coastal waters and 5 barangay in Sasmoan Town in Pampanga. I am particularly pleased about it because the Sasmoan Pampanga Coastal Wetland will also play a key role in our efforts in rehabilitating Manila Bay. The Sasmoan Bangkong Malapad Critical Habitat and Ecotourism Area in the wetland is part of the large and enclosed sea of Manila Bay. Just like the Las Piñas Parañaque Critical Habitat and Ecotourism Area in my home city of Las Piñas, it is a vital component of Manila Bay. The other Philippine sites on the Ramsar list are number 1, the Olango Island Wildlife Sanctuary in Cebu, listed on July 1, 1994. The second, the Tubataha Reef National Marine Park in Sulu and Palawan, listed on November 12, 1999. The Agusan Marsh Wildlife Sanctuary in Agusan, listed on November 12, 1999. The Oriental Mindoro Nauhan Lake National Park, listed on November 12, 1999. Number 5 is the Puerto Princesa Subterranean River National Park in Palawan, listed on June 30, 2012. The Las Piñas Parañaque Critical Habitat and Ecotourism Area, listed on March 15, 2013. And the 7th, the Negros Occidental Coastal Wetland Conservation Area in Negros Occidental, listed on October 20, 2016. Some of the common benefits from wetlands, according to the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, are the following. 15% of the world population depend on wetlands for livelihood. That is 1 billion people out of the 7 billion population of the world. It is needed for the survival of migratory birds because these are places where they rest and eat, or else they will die along the way during migration. sustainable source of water. They protect also the fishes and crops, other species, medicinal plants, and crops. Some of its vegetation, like bamboo, can uptake heavy metals. Its natural filtering action can reduce pollutants. Source of electricity, like the Lake Lanao and others, and prevent flooding and soil erosion and typhoon surge. Ngunit ang hindi matatawaran ay ang crucial role in maintaining ecological balance and in the ecosystem at large. They also provide a solid protection against strong typhoons and storm surges, particularly the mangroves. The environmental benefits are numerous. To cite a few more, flood control, maintenance of dry season river flows, groundwater recharge, water purification, climate change regulation, erosion control, and soil formation. Wetlands bring a wide variety of tangible and intangible benefits to large numbers of people. The way they do is complex and multifunctional, and it's directly related to the specific ecological functions and the condition of the wetland, according to the International Water Management Institute. As an agricultural country, wetlands are even more important to us because they are also used for agricultural purposes. In fact, that was the topic of my first privilege pitch about wetlands 6 years ago in 2014. I discussed the synergy between wetlands and agriculture, particularly on the need for the wetlands and agricultural sectors to work together for the best shared outcomes. According to a study, showed that more than 78% of all Ramsar sites supported agricultural activities. Unfortunately, wetlands continue to face various threats, and it has to stop. I have filed a wetland conservation bill, Senate Bill 2036, or the National Wetlands Conservation Act, which will provide more protection for wetlands. If you think about it, there is still no single Philippine legislation that deals specifically on wetlands. Wetland protection may have been included in a number of environmental laws, pero walang specific na batas intended solely for wetland protection. Given the wetlands' importance, there is a need for a concise policy statement on wetlands to be adopted at the national level. Due to our country's archipelagic nature, we have numerous wetlands. The 2016 Atlas of Philippine Inland Wetlands and Classified Caves put the number at 314 inland wetlands and 2,487 river systems. Out of these, 314 wetlands are 221 lakes, 12 marshes and swamps, 9 peatlands, 39 water storage, and 31 ponds. Especially now na nadagdagan pa ang isang Ramsar wetland of international importance dito sa ating bansa, Senate Bill 2036 seeks to guide all concerned national government agencies and local government units in adjusting their sectoral or local policies, plans, and programs to be consistent with wetland conservation and wise use. Some LGUs have made efforts to protect and conserve the wetlands in their areas, but the effort should be on a national scale and all-encompassing to cover all the wetlands, even those not in the Ramsar list and lesser-known ones. Maswerte tayo dito sa Pilipinas at marami tayong wetlands, katulad ng mga sumusunod: Paway Lake in Ilocos Norte, Candaba Swamps in the province of Bulacan and Pampanga, Manibela Bay from Cavite City to Balanga, Bataan, Laguna de Bay in provinces of Rizal and Laguna, Taal Lake in Taal, Batangas, Balayan Bay in Batangas, Tayabas Bay in Quezon Province, Apo Reef in Occidental Mindoro, Lake Maguao and Malampaya Sound in Taytay, Palawan, Ulugan Bay in Palawan, Lake Buhi and Lake Bato in Camsur, Talabong Island and Vice Base in Dumaguete City, Lake Balanan in Negros Oriental, Cabulao Bay in Tagbilaran, Bohol, Inabangan Coast in Inabangan, Bohol, Leyte Sub-A Basin in Leyte, Lake Dumanagat and Langaran River in Misamis Occidental, Pangil Bay in the province of Misamis Occidental and Zamboanga del Sur, Lake Lanao in Lanao del Sur, Liguasan Mars in South Cotabato, Lake Cebu in the provinces of South Cotabato and Sultan Kudarat, Siargao Island in Surigao City, Surigao del Norte, Turtle Island on the, or rather in Surigao del Norte, Turtle Island on the southwestern of the Philippines between Philippines and Malaysia. Out of this list, only 4 are legislative protected area. Taal Lake, Batangas, Apo Reef, Occidental Mindoro, Lake Buhi in Camsur, and Siargao Island in Surigao del Norte. Senate Bill 2036 will also enhance current efforts to raise awareness on the importance of wetlands as the cradle of biodiversity. The role of wetlands cannot be taken for granted, but instead promoted, and the approval of my proposed bill will ensure the protection, conservation, and wise use of all wetlands for the present and future generation. As signatory to the Ramsar Convention, we have a responsibility to help in wetland conservation and wise use, which is the core of the Convention's philosophy. When contracting parties accede to the Convention, they commit to work towards the wise use of all the wetlands and water resources in their territory through national plans, policies, and legislation, management actions, and public education. The Ramsar Convention defines wise use of wetlands as the maintenance of their ecological character achieved through the implementation of ecosystem approaches within the context of sustainable development. Wise use can thus be seen as the conservation and sustainable use of wetlands and all the services they provide for the benefit of people and nature. Ang mga pakinabang o importansya ng wetlands ay two-pronged, environmental at agricultural. Based on study, a crude estimate of the global economic value of wetland is US 47 trillion a year, of which 53% is in Asia as of 2019. Wetlands provide a wide range of ecosystem services that is vital for human survival, foremost of which are food and water. As cited earlier, the theme of the celebration this year is wetland and water. Wetlands, water, and life are inseparable. They are interlinked and support the existence and sustainability of each other. Ayon mismo sa World Economic Forum, ang water crisis katulad ng scarcity, pagbaha at polusyon ay ilan sa matitinding hamon sa global economy. Thus, it is a must for us to protect our wetlands, waterways, and bodies of water to ensure that they are safe, clean, and healthy for our own safety, health, and survival. Alam naman natin lahat na ang mabilis na paglaki ng populasyon sa buong mundo, kasama na dito sa ating bansa, ang isa sa mga magpapalala at magpapalala ng ating water crisis. We must always bear in mind that water is not an infinite resource and it is getting scarce. Kaya dapat nating ensure ang mga sources nito ay hindi mawawala ng supply. Lalo pang isang agricultural country na katulad ng ating bansa which rely heavily on water. Where water is also our first line of defense against COVID-19, used for frequent washing of our hands. There are over 2.2 billion people around the world na walang safe water supply na accessible sa kanila or close to where they live as of 2017 by the study of the World Health Organization and UNICEF. Besides providing critical water and food supplies, including rice and fish, fresh water, fiber, and fuel, wetland also serve as the habitat of threatened species of Philippine flora and fauna and harbors biodiversity that is vital in sustaining life and sustainable development. Wetlands also supply and regulate water and act as natural safeguards against disaster, thus protecting vulnerable communities from devastating effects of floods, drought, and storm surges. Healthy and well-managed wetland increase resilience to climate change and extreme weather events. As most of you know, there are some points I raised. These are the same points I raised when I fought and saved the Las Piñas Parañaque critical habitat and ecotourism area and Manila Bay from reclamation. What we have done at La Papachea is a good working example of how diversity protection and conservation of landscape seascapes can help communities such as fisher folks who get their daily sustenance and livelihood from La Papachea and the nearby barangays which are protected from the threat of massive flooding. La Papachea is now an ecotourism destination now called the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park. It is in partnership with various individuals and organizations. I envision it to be a wetland center which will serve as a venue to educate the general public on the value of wetlands in the environment and the people's lives. We need to continue informing and rallying the people to protect wetlands because not all wetlands and protected and preserved are protected and preserved like Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park. Many wetlands, marine sanctuaries, tropical forests, and others are underprotected and lack resources to deal with various threats. Scientific studies show that 64% of the world's wetlands have disappeared since 1900. Compared against figures in the 1700, an estimated 87% of wetlands have been lost. Inland wetlands are disappearing at a faster pace than coastal ones. As a result, access to fresh water is declining, while flood control, carbon storage, and traditional wetland livelihoods all suffer. These are caused by human actions such as drainage, dredging, stream channelization, damming, poor agricultural practices, introduction of alien invasive species, and other extractive activities. Natural actions such as droughts, severe storms, and climate change also serve as direct and indirect drivers of change for wetlands. The human and natural actions often result to siltation and sedimentation, release of toxic chemicals, pollution, and runoff, changing nutrient levels, subsidence, sea level rise, and loss of biodiversity. We should also take note that the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration starts this year, 2021, until 2030, which is also the deadline for the Sustainable Development Goals. According to scientists, it is our last chance to prevent catastrophic climate change. The UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration calls for the protection and revival of ecosystems around the world for the benefit of people and nature, as well as to achieve global goals. And wetlands are a major component of a healthy ecosystem for its many benefits to the people, such as source of livelihood, climate change solution, and biodiversity. Having said all that, it is really about time, in fact long overdue, to have a law that will establish and institutionalize a national wetland policy. I hope you will be with me on this. Thank you very much and stay safe. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Villar. The Senator Francis Tolentino is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, with the indulgence of the Senator, can I be privileged to have pose 3 questions?
Yes.
President. Number one, Miss, I congratulate the good lady senator for bringing into highlight the Ramsar Convention, which is really an important international treaty, and which is part of the greater framework of highlighting once again, and I heard the newly elected President of the United States, Joe Biden, is re-entering the Climate Change Convention to highlight these matters, Mr. President. My first question is this. Given the substance of the speech given by the good senator, would she be in positive affirmance that the efforts done by the government as regards the Boracay revival is a step in the right direction, Mr. President?
Yeah, I think we have improved Boracay a lot. I think they constructed a road at the back of the buildings facing the shore. So the people now are using that road instead of using the one facing the shore of Boracay. And some institutions are using also those roads to relocate what they have done in the shore of Boracay. Parang naandun sila sa likod instead of damaging the one in front of the beaches. So maganda po at makikita nyo pag pumunta kayo doon, gumanda yung circumferential road. Ngayon, dati hindi masyadong importante yon. Ngayon, yun na yung importante. So, nasi-save from destruction yung shoreline ng Boracay.
Thank you, Mr. President. My second question is, given the advancement in technology, we have water treatment plants. We have, although we still use the Bakawan technology, Mr. President, are the efforts being done right now as regards the cleanup of Manila Bay also a step in the right direction in compliance with the Ramsar Convention, Mr. President?
Yung Manila Bay, I think the biggest problem of Manila Bay is the cleaning of our wastewater. Parang nung latest namin na investigation, parang 14%. Of course, they are improving now, the Maynilad and Manila water. Parang 14% pa lang yung may STP. Yung mga wastewater na pumupunta sa STP bago pumunta sa Manila Bay. Dapat ma-process natin lahat yung wastewater going out of Manila Bay. Kaya dapat yung STP ng Maynilad ay dapat maging 100% at Manila water. Oo, kasi kung papabayaan natin yung wastewater natin to go to Manila Bay without passing through STP, then hindi lilinis yung Manila Bay. So yun ang problema natin, yung wastewater, I think.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also like to congratulate the good sponsor for raising the bar insofar as the awareness is concerned, insofar as the rivers are concerned, Mr. President. I recall a few years back, modesty aside, we organized an international rivers conference inviting rivers from Cambodia, LGUs with rivers, from Cambodia, from Thailand, and other cities in the Philippines. We had this convention years ago in Marikina, and it's an international rivers conference. I joined the good sponsor, Mr. President, in having that National Wetlands Bill passed. But my last question is focused on this. Is it the right policy to have this on a centralized national level rather than empowering the LGUs to protect their own arterial, their littoral resources, the rivers, the coastlines within their jurisdictions? Considering, Mr. President, that we have a municipal waters law relative to fishing. So, is it the am I correct that the direction of the good sponsors that after
No,
the
no.
national policy is convened, is crafted, we now go to the LGUs? Is that the right?
No, it's a combination, Mr. Senator, distinguished senator from Cavite. We have to do a national policy which the local government can follow, di ba? Kung wala tayong national policy, what will be the guidance of the local government in their policies? Oo. So it's both. It's not only for the national. It's important also to involve the LGUs kasi sila naman yung mag-i-implement. Without the LGUs, mahihirapan tayo na implement yung mga policies natin. Alam nyo, kami po ni Senator Drilon, pareho kami, that we're very conscious about our rivers. In fact, pareho kaming nagagawa ng river drive. Except yung kanya, may more of yung nagiging parang tourist attraction sa Iloilo. Yung akin naman, I'm doing it makitid lang to clean the river and at the same time solve our traffic problem at Zapote Alabang Road. It's an alternative route to our main road. So I guess Senator Drilon is raising his hand. Maybe he wants to make a comment.
With the provision of both senators, Senator Drilon, minority leaders recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Will the good lady senator from Las Piñas yield the floor for just a few questions? And
May I ask if Senator Tolentino is finished already? So I
Yes,
can.
Mr. President, I yield the floor to the distinguished minority leader who was once a sponsor of cleaning up a river in his home city in Iloilo. I yield the floor, Mr. President. I thank
Yes,
Senator.
Senator Drilon, they are recognized.
thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm sorry I didn't notice that Senator Tolentino still has the floor. My apologies, the gentleman from Cavite, but since he has yielded the floor, may I know if the good sponsor of the privilege hour, as privilege speech, yield the floor to a few questions and endorse an association with this topic raised, Mr. President.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. President, let me congratulate the good senator for Las Piñas for putting on the floor and raising the consciousness of our country on the importance of wetlands. To be candid, Mr. President, I never realized that there was an international convention. But indeed, I have always recognized the importance of rivers. As we all know, civilization started from a river. The biblical manifestations would support that. But having said that, first, I would like to associate myself and support the proposition of the good senator from Las Piñas that we need a national policy and the local government must implement. Let us face it, Mr. President. The reason why Boracay deteriorated is because of the neglect or even certain actions taken by the LGU, which caused the damage to the Boracay River, to the beach in Boracay and the wetlands in that island. And therefore, there was the national government had to intervene to save Boracay. So it is in that sense that I think that it's living proof of the need to have a national policy which the local government would have to implement. Because let us face it, Mr. President, I'm sorry for saying this, but many times the LGUs are compromised insofar as cleaning the rivers are concerned because of the political situation in a particular locality. I think that is accepted by many of us who have been exposed to governance for a number of years. So that indeed in Iloilo, Mr. President, we did take the lead in cleaning the river. The international convention mentioned by the good senator from Cavite, Senator Tolentino, was among those which we attended, and because the first, also there was a convention on international rivers in Iloilo. But today, Mr. President, as you look as any visitor in our city would be happy to see the river becoming a major tourist attraction and at the same time an ecologically balanced locality. Today, Mr. President, we have the Iloilo River has become a good fishing ground for our marginal people, for our poor people. Fishing, one of the satisfactions that I derive is when I see poor fishermen catching fish not only for their own family but for livelihood, and these are quite sizable, and indeed we're proud of what has happened. But the work is not over, Mr. President, and I would want to join the good senator from Las Piñas in helping crafting a national policy on the basis of our experience. As I said, the work is not over. We still have tributaries which are filled with commercial activities, which pollutes the tributaries to the river and therefore pollutes the river. It is a never-ending task. Educating the population is a continuing challenge, and poverty, of course, is a reality that we have to face in trying to help the rivers being revived. We still have a lot of work to do, and I'm very pleased to hear the sponsorships or the privileged speech of the good senator from Las Piñas. If she will accept our little help, maybe we can co-author. We can request that we be made co-author, and we'll be active on how to arrive at the correct policy based on our experience. We now have an 8-kilometer esplanade in Iloilo. I used to cover my nose when I crossed the river. Now people fish in the river, and it has become a source of livelihood. But the work is a continuing challenge. It is not yet over. I do not know if I can finish it during my lifetime, but indeed it is a challenge that is good to face. And for future generation, we'll continue to do the work because it is indeed something that we can leave behind to the future generations. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to the good senator from Las Piñas for bringing this to our attention. Thank you very much, sir.
It will be a privilege for me for you to be a co-author of the bill and to make suggestions on how we can improve the bill. I've read it. It's too generalized for comfort. So if you can add some details so we will make it more effective, then you're very welcome.
Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano, who raised her hand first, after which Senator
Yes. Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to commend the senator from Las Piñas for bringing up this very important issue, and with her permission, I don't even know if I'll ask a question. It may really be more of a statement of support. May I proceed?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. As I said, I'd like to commend her for bringing this matter up. And like the gentleman before me, the minority floor leader from Iloilo pointed out how about the work he has done on in Iloilo. This marries my two passions, the environment and bicycling. When I went to Iloilo 3 years ago, there was like a 5-day bike festival, and I was targeting this one event, but I missed it because I was only able to go the next day, which was basically a bike tour that included stops in historic places and also in nature spots along the river. So when you go along the river, they will either give you a local delicacy or they will perform a number. And that was performed along the river. So I missed that and I look forward to that after COVID. But my point in mentioning that experience that I missed in Iloilo is to bring home something that Her Honor did mention in her speech, which was the fact that this is one of the Sustainable Development Goals. And that is where my interest lies, because I would really like to ensure that we tie up the whole picture. So Her Honor mentions that she had her own personal experiences and concerns because of, I know, the work that she has done to preserve the marshlands there in Las Piñas. And then beyond that, she also mentioned that this is our source of water. So very quickly, just looking at Her Honor's privileged speech, it already affects good health and well-being because it's a source of water. It keeps the air clean. We know that when the ecosystem is alive and well, it also benefits people. To a large extent, well, next is SDG number 6, which is clean water and sanitation. I need not explain any further. And then decent work and economic growth, because when we preserve these areas, it also provides work and opportunity for people, no? So alam natin na we are lagging behind in agriculture, but by preserving what is naturally there, we will be able to still give our fisher folks and people who work on the land and on the water places to work. And then sustainable cities and communities. This is so important because, as the minority floor leader pointed out, the heart of civilization was revolved around the river. So many beautiful cities that we visit now, and what comes to my mind is Singapore, because I actually went on an official visit there in my first few years in the Senate when I was chair of the Committee on Environment, and I was shown how the river used to look even dirtier than our Pasig River, and now very expensive restaurants line those very rivers. And they have a company called New Water, NU Water. I believe it is government owned, where you can even drink. They bottle it. You can drink the water that comes from the sewage. Malakas ang loob ko, and I would be the type to drink it because I trust their technology. So yan yung challenges natin, no? So as I said, that's sustainable goal number 11, and then sustainable goal 13 is climate action. Sustainable goal 14 is life below water. And finally, sustainable goal 17, partnership, where we encourage both private and public partners to join. I have much more to say, but I really just want to express my support for this endeavor. I would also like to be made the co-author, and in the referral, I would like to request that my committee, the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, Future Thinking, be secondarily referred to for not just the privileged speech, but the bill of Her Honor. So actually, walang tanong, just a statement of support. Sa dami ng sinabi ko.
Thank you, Senator Pia, and I'll be very happy for your help because we need all the help we can and the experiences, and I'm very happy for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next in line is Senator Risa Ontiveros, after which
Senator Ontiveros and then Senator Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the good gentlewoman from Las Piñas, congratulations for really a very wide-ranging and important and comprehensive privilege speech, as well as for the bill. And I'd like to ask the good gentlewoman if she could add me to the growing list of the colleagues who would love to be accepted by her as a co-author of the National Wetlands Conservation Bill. So that's my first question to the good gentlewoman.
Yeah, with my whole heart, I accept you. I need your help.
Thank you so much. Napakalawak po talaga at yaman nung privilege speech nyo and the points encompassed in your bill that you highlighted in the speech. Siguro tatlo lang yung itatanong ko for further clarification this afternoon. The good gentlewoman said that according to the Ramsar Convention, including wetland conservation considerations in their national land use planning. So at first glance, baka magugulat yung ibang tao na, paano magsasama ang wetland sa national land use planning? But since I joined the gentlewoman in a long advocacy to pass a National Land Use Act, could the good sponsor tell us this afternoon what is one most important or a few of the most important reasons na dapat kasama sa National Land Use Planning yung wetland conservation?
Senator Risa, I think the wetlands we should preserve. And so that is the, land use planning in the Philippines is done by the local government.
Yes.
At least if there is a wetland in your locality, you should be preserving it. But right now, there is no really a law that would say that a local government should preserve the wetlands. Walang nagsasabi ng ganon. In fact, if your wetland is in danger, you go to the Supreme Court to stop the local government not to destroy your wetland, and that is under the petition for writ of kalikasan, something like that. So we have to have a policy so that the local government, they know that if they have a wetland, then they should preserve it. Hindi pwede na sisirain nila yung wetland. Wala tayong ganun law eh. Kaya nga, ang ginagawa ngayon ng mga congressman, if they have an area which they want to preserve in their area, then they have to file a bill to declare it as a legislated protected area. But I've said, I listed down 23 big wetlands in the Philippines, and 4 of them lang ang nasa legislated protected area. So, yung iba, hindi pa sila nagfa-file ng bill to declare it as a legislated protected area. That is a protection also. If it's legislated as a protected area, the local government cannot just touch it. Diba? So, yun yung mga ginagawa natin ngayon, but there is no really a centralized national policy how to protect this wetland. So I think the first thing we will do is to ask the one in charge of this is the Biodiversity Management Bureau, BMB, of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Maybe they should give us a list of all these wetlands, and then maybe teach us, make a policy, and then teach us how to do it, di ba? Kasi sila yun eh. You cannot legislate a protected area unless there is a study by the Biodiversity Management Bureau na describing the area, and kasi hindi papasa ng hindi with a study. So, napaka-importante din nun. Kaya nga, yung in-enumerate ko, 23, 4 lang ang legislated protected area. And doon sa 8 na Ramsar listed na protected area of a Ramsar listed wetland of international importance, would you believe 4 lang nun ang legislated protected area? 4 wala pa. For some studies na kulang yung measurement and all that. So there is really a problem.
I agree with the good gentlewoman, Mr. President. At yung isa pang importanteng naintindihan ko sa sinabi ng good gentlewoman ay in addition to yung mga protected areas declared as such by legislation, plus yung pwedeng mag-declare as such by the judiciary through the writ of kalikasan, yung isang malaking importansya nitong pagpasa ng National Wetlands Conservation Bill into law ay dun sa mga wetlands which are in the jurisdiction of not just one local government unit, but several. Di po ba, gentlewoman, itong batas could give a policy framework to several LGUs working together to preserve and protect and continue to benefit from a common ecosystem, which is the wetlands na tumatawid sa several LGUs nila. So isa po yun. Salamat.
Ang
Mr.
lalaki
President.
nila,
Yes.
Senator Risa.
Opo.
If
Opo.
I will list down, yung mga iba, 100,000 hectares, 10,000 hectares. Pinakamaliit na yung Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, 185 hectares. But we have the Manila Bay as buffer zone. Kaya mas malaki kami than what's indicated. Kasi as a buffer zone, we should be given a buffer zone to protect, lalo na yung mangrove namin. Kasi pag dinestroy yung natural flow of water, the mangroves will die. And we have 35 hectares of mangrove. So yun ang mga problema ng mga wetlands. So yung coastal, dapat may buffer zone so that they will not be destroyed. Yun namang inland, that is land use. Kung pababayaan ng local government na yung inland wetlands magka-problema.
And speaking of wetlands, good gentlewoman, Mr. President, that brings me to my second question. Sabi din ng good sponsor na the wetlands prevent flooding and soil erosion and even storm surges by the action of the mangroves. Mr. President, good gentlewoman, meron din po akong panukalang batas for a national coastal belt para po protektahan at palawakin ang mga bakawan o mangrove all along the coastline of our archipelago. Dahil tulad ng sinabi ng good gentlewoman, kahit po sa pinaka-traumatic na mga bagyo natin, unang-una na yung Yolanda, napatunayan po na yung mga area na may bakawan somehow na spare. Opo, na protektahan sa greatest damage na gawa ng tsunami at storm surge. So I'm hoping, good gentlewoman, Mr. President, na pwedeng mag-proceed alongside itong National Wetlands Conservation Bill at yung panukala ko ring Coastal Greenbelt Bill.
Maybe we can include that in our bill. We can take them together. Kasi protection ng wetland yung mangroves eh. Alam mo, kami po sa Las Piñas, we have 35 hectares of mangrove which were planted in 1992. And because of that, hindi kami pwedeng galawin because it's illegal to destroy mangroves. And you know that those mangroves is the spawning ground of fishes in Manila Bay. So majority of the fishes in Manila Bay are coming from our mangroves. Kaya napakalaki. And in fact, in one of my projects in Metro Manila, I planted mangrove in Baseco. Kasi sila doon along the coast. Pag nag-typhoon surge, ang mga bahay nila maliliit lang at hindi naman ganun ka-sturdy. Baka mangyari sa kanila katulad sa Yolanda, na pagpasok ng typhoon surge, dala lahat ang bahay, dala rin lahat ang tao, kaya ang daming namatay. You know, if you review Yolanda, those who have coastal mangroves na save from Yolanda, those na wala, yun ang na-damage ng Yolanda.
Exactly, good gentlewoman, Mr. President. Huling tanong ko na lang po, sinabi ng good gentlewoman na it is the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration na yung taong 2021 hanggang 2030. Of course, Mr. President, that decade will outlive our 18th Congress, pero I'm just wondering if the good gentlewoman would consider being part of proposing or leading a decade-long campaign precisely to implement this UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration here in the Philippines. And actually po, good sponsor, kanina nung nakikinig ako sa interpellation ng ating Senate Committee on
Sustainable Development
Chair, yes, si Sen Pia, I was wondering if it would even be possible na brainstorming between your two committees to again propose or lead such a campaign in the next decade in relation dito po sa National Wetlands Conservation Bill at yung SDGs, good gentlewoman.
Magkasabay sila eh. Yung SDG din, 2013 din ang ang deadline, di ba? Kasama nung aming ecosystem. So we have to really do this together. And they are really together kasi yung Sustainable Development Goal is protection of wetlands also. Ecosystem. Okay.
Looking forward to that. Maraming salamat po, good sponsor, at maraming salamat din po, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, may we recognize now Senator Richard Gordon.
Senator Richard Gordon is recognized.
I think he's offline, Mr. President. Wala po siya. Can we check his Senator? Oh,
He's back. He's back.
He's back. Okay.
He's back.
Senator Gordon, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to congratulate my good friend, Mama Bear, Cynthia
Mama Bear.
for a president, a very ambitious but doable vision. Mr. President, let me just say that it's about time that we walk our talk in this country, not just in the Senate. Not very far away from us is Manila Bay. And if you look at Manila Bay near the piers, you can see all the people out there living in squalor and living below the human condition. Something must be done for the poor. And if we decide to do something, I think we can. Kung gusto, maraming paraan. Kung ayaw, maraming dahilan. Mr. President, let's go further down. Laguna de Bay, which is the third freshwater bay, biggest freshwater bay in Asia. It could very well be the water source of Manila. And yet, Mr. President, it is totally ridden with fish pens, and it has already gone shallow. And I remember when I was in the school, we were asked to read, I don't know if I'm calling it correctly, El Buque de Estado, which was written by Jose Rizal when he used to take the ferry boat of a large batel, if you will, that will take him from Calamba all the way to Manila. Are those days gone, Mr. President? And yet, Mr. President, if we go down to Taal, there is Laguna de Bay, Mr. President. If you go to Laguna, if you go to Taal, same thing, Mr. President. When Taal exploded, we were in a frenzy trying to save the people living on the fringes of Taal Lake. And at times there would be fish kills in Taal Lake itself. If we go down south, President, Typhoon Rolly, I was privileged to go to Catanduanes to help out. And the local government in their kindness gave us some food, Mr. President. And I said, no, nahihirapan na kayo. Hindi ho, ito ay galing sa mga aming bakawan o mangroves. Ano yung pinakain sa amin? Ang lalaking alimango na pagkasarap-sarap. Nagpabaon pa. At sabi nila, kung hindi ang mangroves na yan, mas malaki ang naging damage namin dito sa Catanduanes. Mr. President, there are many places in the country, and I've written some proposals, and I promise you I will be more active, and I must say I've been remiss. Lake Lanao, Mr. President, after that war, we can rebuild that. It's a beautiful bay. And if you go up the hill, as Mike Ajong, when he was alive, took me, I fell in love with it. Why? It is more beautiful than Baguio, practically, Mr. President. The weather was indeed very, very cool, and you could put up homes there, hotels. It reminded me of Geneva, Mr. President, and Zurich. And yet, we have done nothing about it. Hardly, Mr. President. You could put the whole history of Moro land along the shorelines of Lake Lanao and allow the tourists to come there. Open up the airport in Balawi so that we can go down there. And we can take a look at the tributary that creates Maria Cristina Falls that powered our energy needs in Mindanao for a long time. And yet, it's gone practically. We can go to Lake Mainit, Mr. President, as you go to Surigao or to Agusan. Lake Dapao, I believe in Lanao. We can go to Nauhan in Oriental Mindoro. Beautiful one. Bulusan, these are all, for example, Bulusan is in Sultan Kudarat, Buluan. It says that their own history. Pantabangan in Nueva Ecija, Mr. President. Lake Bato in Camarines Sur. Pulangi in Bukidnon. Buhi, where the famous Sinarapan is there, Mr. President. So many beautiful places, Mr. President. Not to mention the Ligwasan marshes that have done more damage to us because we have not taken care of it. It floods every year, Cotabato, and all the other areas around it. Sino may sala? Tayong lahat ang may sala sa tingin ko. Because dapat maayos natin yan. Now, Mr. President, another time, another place. A fellow by the name of Theodore Roosevelt, he was called the conservative president. Why? Because he was very ill, was very sickly, and with his wealth, he decided to be a cowboy. And he went to the West. And when he went to the West, it was even said that he was shot somebody in a gunfight. And yet, it impacted upon him, the buffalo, the beautiful lakes, the beautiful forests. And so when he became president, he created the national park system in America. Crater Lake, South Dakota, North Dakota, which is designated as a game preserve, Mesa Verde, Colorado, the Grand Canyon, or as our balikbayan friends would say, nakapunta ka na ba sa Grand Canyon? No. The Grand Canyon, Mr. President. Ayan, Oklahoma. Ngayon ay Chickasaw National Reservation Area. Ang dami natin napupuntahan sa Amerika na napakaganda at tila makikita nyo, preserve nila. Kaya rin natin gawin dito yan, Mr. President. I'll just give you an idea. Tapat na tapat natin. Paglipat natin dito sa Global City, makikita nyo na po yung tinatawag nating Laguna de Bay. At pag tirahan sa atin niya, makikita natin na napakaganda. At may airport tayo dyan. Pag airport, nakita lang yung lake dyan. Para nyo na nakita yung Lake Tahoe as you land in Nevada or Las Vegas. Or for that matter, pag nagpunta kayo dyan, you could probably see water skiing. You could probably see yacht clubs. You could probably see hotels. Pansol and all the other places in Laguna, I called it when I was Secretary of Tourism, the spa capital of Asia. Ang daming spa. Magsawa tayo sa spa. Aayusin lang natin yung spa, sigurado masasaya na ang taong bayan natin. Napaka ramot natin sa ating sariling kinabukasan. Sa ating magandang kinabukasan na pwedeng pagkakitahan ng tao na hindi kailangan gibayin. Yung subig po, nung pinasok ko po yan, talagang pinagbawal ko ang siyang puputol ng kahoy doon. Pumutol ka lang ng sanga, huhulihin ka namin. At hanggang ngayon, andun pa po yung mga puno dyan. Pero kung magkamisa sa tabi-tabi, may kumakanta na aahitan kita. Unti-unti inaahit yung bundok. Kaya palagi ko pong pinababantayan. At sinasabi ko sa mga tao doon, pag nahuli ko kayo, kayo ang aahitan ko. Give you a Filipino haircut because you're destroying the country. Everywhere you go, Mr. President. Mabuti na lang, hindi dahil kaibigan ko ito si Frank Drilon. Nakakataba ng puso na makita ko yung ilog na pinalinis niya. Kapagkat mahal niya yung pinanggalingan niya, yung Iloilo. Pinaayos niya, pati yung customs house, pinapaayos. Yung mga pangit na lugar, ginawa niya shopping center. Pinagkakitaan, pero hindi kailangan durugin yung kalikasan. Sa Negros, mayroong mga lugar dyan sa matataas dyan. And even in Iloilo, I was Secretary of Tourism, Mr. President. Ang dami natin mga heritage areas. Antiquities, Miaugao. Kung di nyo alam, talagang si Senator Dillon. Isa sa pinakamagandang simbahan yan sa buong mundo. Sa Bohol, giniba ng earthquake. Yung mga simbahan dyan na 400, 500 years old na halos. Magpa 500 years na tayo eh. Dito lang mismo sa Intramuros, kung di pa namin inayos, ginawang history town. Eh wala, makikita nyo nung araw naglipana at dyan tinatapon yung mga pinapatay. Yan ang sinasabi ni Senator Villar, nating kaibigan. Na dapat, pansinin natin ang kapaligiran natin at ang yaman na andyan. Mr. President, tignan nyo, naggandahan na ngayon yung mga museum dyan. May naglagay ng museum sa Central Bank. Meron tayong light and sound show dyan. Meron tayo ng Port Bonifacio, pinapaayos yan. Pati yung light and sound, pinapaayos po natin. Itinutulong ko sa tourism yan, sa Tiesa na gawin yan. We could make Intramuros at Tiesa, Mr. President. We could move Laguna de Bay at Tiesa. Na talagang dapat mabigyan ng incentives yung mga tao dyan para gawin at makita nyo, pag nagawa yan, yayaman ang Pilipino. You could put a circumferential highway there. Kayang-kaya na Ramon ang yan. At makikita natin gaganda at gaganda ang ating bansa. Hindi naman ganda lang ang pinag-uusapan eh. Ang pinag-uusapan ay yung oportunidad. Yung pag-aari ng ating mga apo na makikita lang ang maganda sa Pilipinas. Anong araw? Sa aming bayan na, naglipana ang Kasuy. Naglipana ang Siniguelas, Kamyas, Duhat, Santol, Langka, at iba't iba mga pagkain, Mr. President. Pero pag nahawakan na ng taong sakim, ayun, wala na. Nung nabubuhay ang tatay ko, sabi niya gano'n, I would gladly leave as mayor. Pero yung mga nag-aambisyon dito, and he struck his hand with his fist and said, I never forget that word, mga alias sakim. Kasakiman ang siyang pumapatay sa ating bayan. Kasi kasakiman ang pinapabayaan natin. At nakikita natin araw-araw yan. Eh, hindi lang yan, makikita nyo, pati yung pinakamahirap na natural resource natin. Sino yan? Ang kababayan natin mga Pilipino na natatrabaho. Bibili ng motor pero hindi bibigay yung kanilang registration. 7 taon, 8 taon, pagka hindi nagbayad, hihilahin na lang. Ganyan rin sa ating kalikasan. Ganyan rin sa ating mangroves. Ang araw na Secretary of Tourism ako sa Bohol, nanalo yung isang lugar doon ng kalikasan na sa buong mundo na gumagawa sila ng mga oyster beds. Eh doon makita nyo, meron pa sila doon wall dive na pwede kayong bumaba na para kayong bumaba sa isang wall. Yung ginawa ni Senator Villar na nagsusumbong palagi sa akin na i-blue ribbon ko yung DPWH dahil hindi siya makapaglagay at makapag-ayos sa kanya. I always try to support her. At pero lumulusot pa rin. Talagang matitigas sa sikmura ng iba dyan. So Mr. President, it's about time that we wake up into the reality that we have such a beautiful country, such a rich country. We can put several Genevas in Lake Lanao, in Lake Taal. Talo natin yan, Lake Zurich. Malalagay mo yan doon sa Laguna de Bay. At lahat yan, makikita nyo, tatalunin natin lahat yung ating mga kasama. Hindi naman po yun ang point na tatalunin natin sila. Ngunit hindi po ba pagkaginawa yan, magkakaroon ng oportunidad ng tao at magkakaroon tayo ng lahi na maingat. If we care for our environment, the more we will care for each other as a people. And if we care for the vision of a beautiful country, the more we can appreciate it. When you say Boracay, di ba nilaspag yung Boracay? Kailangan pag isa lang para gawin yan. Di ba yung Palawan, ingatan natin dapat yan. Sasabihin nila, the last frontier. No, the frontiers are still around. They're all over our islands. There are many mangroves in Siargao. Kung napakasarap pumunta dyan. Manghiram ka ng isang boat, makakaikot ka dyan. Bagamat yung mga buhay dyan, mababait. 4 ang paa. Yung mga buhay ang malalaki, nasa labas na po, 2 paa. Pero wala tayong narinig na sinisibasib ng buhay dyan. Pero napakaganda ng Siargao. Napakaganda ng kanilang mangroves dyan. Mr. President, I cannot say anymore. I have just said just a few. But let me remind you, once upon a time, London was the dirtiest city, one of the dirtiest cities in the world. The River Thames was the sewage capital of all rivers, like the Chicago River, like the Pasig River. And yet the Thames River today is so beautiful, Mr. President. You could go there and it's a means of transportation. Wala ka makikitang kalat. Pero tayo, pumunta tayo sa corridor at a certain time. Alam ba ninyo? Yan ang Siargao. Kita nyo, paikot-ikot kayo dyan. Pag sinabi ko sa inyo, punta kayo sa corridor, isang sempo, nako, isla po ng basurang nagkalat sa 4 na sulok ng Maynila at mga barko na nagtatapon ng garbage sa ating waterways along our islands. Kung talagang titingin nyo, akala nyo makakalakad kayo sa kapal ng basura. But the River Thames was fixed up along the way, including Oxford, Reading, Windsor, Kingston-on-Thames, and of course London. If Chicago can be fixed up by, I think, the son of Mayor Daley, Chicago River, Mr. President. If even the East River can be fixed up, why can we not fix up our own? And if all of us participate in it, I think we have a chance. So, Mr. President, sabi nga ng isang salita, we have met the enemy. And the enemy is us. And we have met the heroes. And the heroes are waiting to get out of our bodies, out of our minds, and out of our souls to make of the Philippines a better country. Pinagtatawanan natin ng hapon, pero nung araw pa, napakalinis na ng hapon. Kulang sila sa tubig, and yet they respect nature like nobody else's. There was once a book called The Japanese and the Jews, and they talked about water as a common denominator. The Jews made water out of the desert. And tayo sa Japan conserve water with all possible ways so to do. And so today, Mr. President, I'm happy that we have a senator by the name of Cynthia Villar. Very feisty at times, but nonetheless, a heart as feisty for the environment. That is what we need. The emotion, the passion, sometimes even the anger, so that we will develop a will that can move mountains and create new lakes and create new rivers that are clean, create mangroves where people can eat and can be protected from tsunamis. That is what we need. The vision of a Cynthia Villar. So maraming salamat sa iyo, Cynthia. And thank you all very much to our colleagues. I do not button up, as you know, but I give credit where credit is due. And there are many of us here. We have all the opportunity. And by the way, nakita ko si Senator Villanueva. Yun lang mga ilog yan sa Bulacan. Kakalakad kayo dyan. Makikita nyo may mga gumagawa ng mga santo sa kalumpit. Makakapara kayo dyan. Pero yung mga ulang, lumiit na ang ulo. Nawala na yung malalaking malalaking ulo. Bakit? Because we polluted it. And with that, I will close, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Buhayin natin ang Pilipinas.
Thank you, Senator Gordon. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, that is the synergy that we have with Papa Bear and Mama Bear.
Mama Bear, yes.
And Papa Bear, yes, that's why they're
It's a
the
great
Papa Bear and
combination,
Mama Bear of
Majority
the
Leader.
seatmates. Yes, Mr. President, I absolutely agree with the position taken by our distinguished colleague from Zambales, and I laud our chairperson of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources for bringing up this very, very important issue. When I actually took a master's, Mr. President, on Environment and Natural Resources Management. The choice given to me by UP was either a master's in lowland management or in upland management. I took up the upland management, being that I am from Bukidnon and we have no seas, only lakes in Bukidnon. And throughout my schooling and education on that program, we learned that the upland management program as well as the lowland management program are actually in synergy with one another on how we can protect the environment on the upland forest and mountains, which totally affect the outcome in lowland, as earlier mentioned by our dear colleague, wetland areas. So much so many wetland areas, because of the degradation of the upland areas, have suffered. And that's why many protected areas in the country, Mr. President, have been affected by siltation. All these lowland areas are affected by siltation, mud coming down from these mountains and the like. So what we really need, and I support our chairperson, the Committee on Environment, is a holistic approach. An approach that we will see that we can save the lowland areas, mostly wetland areas, by saving as well our upland resources. Napakahalaga po niyan. And I laud our distinguished colleague, Senator Villar, for bringing this issue up. It's a very, very important issue. Many cities in the world now are coping with the problem of lack of water, drinking water. For example, in South Africa, Cape Town has no more water. They had a drought of 2 years and they're now trying to figure out how to preserve their water systems. If they only saw that in hindsight, they would have protected their wetland areas as well. When I was there for 1 New Year's with my family, and po pinag-usapan, yung tubig halos ration na po, yung pwedeng mag-shower, 5 minutes lang po, hindi pwedeng matagal dahil nga walang tubig ang Cape Town, South Africa. So, tayo, marami po tayong tubig. Ang problema natin, hindi po natin alam paano natin i-conserve at preserve itong napaka-importanteng water resource na ito. And so, Mr. President, I support the efforts of our dear colleague and that we move to refer the speech of the lady senator, our distinguished chairperson, and all, of course, interpellators and those who made manifestation, to the Committee on Natural Resources as the primary committee, and the secondary committee to the Committee on Sustainable Development and Futures Thinking, Mr. President. I support.
Thank you, and amen to that. Just to put also on record what Senator Gordon just mentioned, it is about greed that we should be dealing with. The Holy Book says it is not money which is the root of all evils, but it's the love for money, the greed that's the root of all evils. Is there any objection to the motion by the Majority Leader? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you. And may I add, Mr. President, I know that we'll take up another topic, but I may just add also, it also takes a lot of political will to be able to protect these lowland resources. And I must put credit where credit is due. Iloilo River Systems, Iloilo City River Systems, was a product of a lot of political will. Alam po ni Senator Drilon yan, and I put credit to Senator Drilon on how he was able to clean up the areas surrounding the Iloilo City River, because dati po, maraming informal settlers, maraming mga planta, they were polluting the river. But it took a triumvirate of the mayor, the congressman, and the senator to be able to put their foot down and not allow it. So talagang political will din kailangan dyan. They did that in Korea. I remember visiting Seoul, Korea. There is a river in between the capital of Seoul, and now it is a beautiful park. It is a park. There's still water going through it, but very little. But that was why the president of Korea at that time had taken over. He won because he was formerly the mayor of Seoul. At pinakita niya na pinatanggal niya lahat ng mga polluters doon, tinanggal niya lahat ng informal settlers, linipat naman sa magagandang lugar, linipat naman po sila sa mga magagandang relocation sites, in-city relocation sites. But the point being is you need a lot of political will to be able to clear this. Yung mga rivers natin sa Bulacan, even here closer by in Cagayan de Oro and the like, there are many instances where political will is necessary, Mr. President, to be able to look at the long-term goal, which is not only to protect the river systems, to make it alive again, but also to be able to give a better opportunity for every Filipino living in this area. So yan, napakaganda. And alam ko si Tita Cynthia, malaki
Yes,
sa political will yan. Si Mami Bear, malaki sa political will yan. Minsan nga tinatawagan niya ako, Mr. President, na nalilate daw siya sa meeting kasi bumababa siya sa sasakyan at pinapagalitan niya yung mga pasaway. Ganun po yung ating Mama Bear. May we recognize her, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Villar is recognized.
I just want to manifest that on Thursday, February 11, Secretary Simuatu and I and Secretary Villar will inaugurate our 25 kilometers river drive that starts from Cavitex that goes to MCX. So 25 kilometers. It took us 9 years to make this, and finally we're ending it at a certain point. And just what you said, we had to transfer a lot of informal settlers along the river because the easement of the river, alam yan ng mga informal settlers na government yan, kaya dyan sila lahat tumitira. So paggawa mo ng river drive, yung road, you have to transfer them, and we're very fortunate that there is an NHA project in Cavite, and we transferred them all of them there through the courtesy of NHA and the mayor of Cavite. So nagpapasalamat kami doon, siguro thousands of informal settlers we transferred to Cavite, and they have very nice homes in Cavite. Yun lang. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. And once again, congratulations to Ma'am Cynthia, our chairperson. May we move back to our agenda, Mr. President?
Yes.
May I move that we resume consideration on Senate Bill number 1832. This is the strengthening and modernization of the Bureau of Fire Protection, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
May we recognize our distinguished colleague from Davao del Sur, no other than Senator Bato de la Rosa, to sponsor the measure, and I believe first to interpolate is our distinguished minority floor leader, Mr. President.
The hardworking senator from Davao, Senator Bato de la Rosa, is recognized, and to interpolate our distinguished minority floor leader from the province of Iloilo.
May we ask for a 1-minute suspension? I believe the minority floor leader is just...
Session is suspended for a minute.
Thank you. Ready to resume, Mr. President. Thank you. Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Bato de la Rosa to sponsor and to interpolate our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Franklin M. Drilon.
Yes, the senator from Mindanao, Davao Region, Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized and to interpellate our dear Minority Floor Leader, Senator Frank Drilon.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. And will the good sponsor yield the floor to some clarificatory questions on this on Senate Bill number 1832, which seeks to modernize strengthen and modernize the Bureau of Fire Protection.
Yes, Mr. President.
For the record, would the good sponsor confirm that prior to PD Presidential Decree number 46
Sa Senator Bongo, pa? Hindi na. Wala ko mag-decree pa siya. Kanya to.
There is some interference, Mr. Sponsor. I'm sorry. Thank you. Now we can proceed, Mr. Good
Yes.
Sponsor.
Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. President. Please go ahead.
Yes, as I was saying, will the gentleman confirm that prior to PD 465, the matter of the fire departments were under the supervision of the local government units? Can you confirm that on the record, sir? And that it was only under PD 765 when the fire departments were made national in scope, being under the supervision of the integrated national or the Philippine Constabulary.
Yes, Mr. President. I confirm.
Yes, and it was, it was really a local government function, and it was only under the PD that it was nationalized. But having said that, presently there is a BFP modernization program under our General Appropriations Act. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Mr. President.
And this started way back in 2011, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
From 2011 up to today, let's say up to 2020, how much total funds were allocated for the modernization program?
For a while, Mr. President.
Yung sinasabi ng BFP modernization, yun po yung sa car code namin. Yung resolution noong 2012 po nag-start na magbigay si BBM sa amin ng 800 million.
So, ilan na? From 2012 to 2016?
10.5.
Mr. President, it's 10.5 billion from 2012 to 2016. To 2020, Mr. President.
2012 to
2020, it's 10.5 billion.
Mr. President, there is a Commission on Audit Performance Audit Report, which says that from 2011 to 2017 alone, or over 13 billion 170 million was allocated from 2010 to 2017. May we request the good sponsor to recheck the answers to our question, because we were basing our question on the COA audit report, and we were just asking the good sponsor to update it up to last year in terms of the total funds already allocated for the modernization program of the Bureau of Fire Protection. I will repeat, under the COA performance audit report from 2011 to 2017, it was 13 billion 170 million. We were asking for an update to bring this up to 2020 or 2019, if that is the latest available data.
We will reconcile the records, Mr. President. Tama yung sabi niya. Kuha. Huh?
Kung yung total sa 12 point, total na 12 point,
Mr. President, according to the records that we have here, the total amount from 2010 to 2019 is hindi ito collection, ang sinasabi niya Yes, Mr. President, it's 14 billion 492 million 132,881 pesos, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. That looks more accurate. Can I repeat? It's 14 billion 492 million and how many thousand again, sir?
881,000.
881,000. Okay. Okay. Mr. President, I assume when the modernization program was crafted in 2010, there were targets that were set on the targets that were set, and to bring up our firefighting capacity to the desired levels. So may we spread into the record what were the targets set in 2010 or 2011 for the modernization program of the Bureau of Fire Protection? Just for the record, sir. What were these targets? How many fire stations would have been built? How many fire trucks purchased? Number of personnel, etc.
Mr. President, in totality, the target is the ideal ratio of firefighter to population and fire trucks to population and fire stations per municipality, Mr. President. So the target, which is the ideal ratio of firefighter, is one firefighter per 2,000 population, and the actual firefighters that we have now is 29,889. So we have a shortage of 26,029. If we are going to base it on the ideal, which is 55,918. And for the fire trucks, the ideal ratio is 1 fire truck per 28,000 population. So we need 3,995 fire trucks being the ideal, Mr. President. But actually, we only have 2,507 fire trucks. So we have a shortage of 1,488 fire trucks. For fire stations, the ideal is 1,634, based on the number of municipalities and cities all over the country. But the actual fire stations that we have is only 1,396. So we have a shortage of 238 fire stations, Mr. President. Meaning we still have 238 municipalities which doesn't have fire stations, Mr. President.
Hold it. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Suspended.
President, may we concentrate on a few targets that was set in 2010, and for the record, we would like to know how far we have gone. Is it correct to state, and I'm reading the COA report, the target for fire stations was 945. Can you confirm that, sir? Or is this correct? Is this wrong? Again, the target was to build 945 fire stations. Would the good sponsor confirm whether that is a correct figure?
Okay. Mr. President, just looking for that data, Mr. President, because right now what we have is the data as of December 2020.
Okay.
But for 2010, we're still digging into our records, Mr. President.
No, Mr. President, just to clarify, we're trying to find out and spread into the record what were the targets set in 2010 for the modernization program and how far we have gone insofar as that program is concerned. And I will ask for an explanation if it was a shortage, why there was a shortage. So if we can start with the fire stations, how many fire stations were targeted under the fire modernization VFP modernization program? How many was set for what year insofar as fire stations are concerned?
Pero ngayon, sir, ano lang naiwan? Since 2010, sir.
76 lahat? Na-comply ito lahat? Mr. President, per records of the Bureau of Fire Protection, since 2010, up to the present, they were only targeting 76 fire trucks every year. And yet, itong 76 na ito ay hindi talaga na comply, Mr. President, because of lack of funds.
So, okay, just to follow that, 76 fire trucks per year, and so that from 2010 to 2020, or roughly 10 years, is that only 760 fire trucks that they have to acquire under the modernization program?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. President. That was their target before.
Yeah, well, sir, under the COA report, the target was 1,057 fire trucks. Can we just spread it to the record why there is a difference in the data of the Bureau of Fire Protection and the Commission on Audit? Again, the Commission on Audit said that the target is 1,057 fire trucks, and for the period, this is the COA report.
Well, Mr. President, if that is the COA report, then we presume that that is the more accurate data, Mr. President.
Yes.
But suffice it to know, Mr. President, that since until now, it's already December 2020, and yet we have the gaps that we have identified as far as provision of fire trucks, fire stations, and firefighter fill-up of the Bureau of Fire Protection are still lacking. There is still a wide gap between the ideal and the actual numbers, Mr. President. So it means that hindi pa talaga na-fill up ito lahat until now.
Yes.
So
Yes.
if you will go back to 2010, hindi pa rin na-fill up, Mr. President. Dahil 2020 na ngayon, pero hindi pa rin na-fill up. So it means kulang pa talaga, Mr. President.
I agree, Mr. President. In fact, if we can accept it preliminarily for purposes of debate and our record, per COA audit report, as of June 30, 2018, the Bureau of Fire Protection only procured 621 fire trucks out of a target of 1,057. This simply confirms the statement of the good sponsor that per COA audit report, the BFP is not meeting its targets. So for purposes of the fire stations, again, would the gentleman sponsor spread into the record how many fire stations do we have as of the latest available record?
As of the latest available records, Mr. President, nationwide, we have a total of 1,396 fire stations all over the country. We have a remaining shortage of 238, Mr. President. 238 fire stations.
This is as of what date? December
2020, Mr. President.
December 2020.
Yes, sir.
Again, let me spread it to the record that per COA audit report, as of June 30, 2018, there was a target of 945 fire stations, and the BFP completed only 263. So again, there appears to be a wide discrepancy between the records of COA audit and the records of the Bureau of Fire Protection. But whether Bureau of Fire Protection target or the COA, it appears that indeed we do not have enough fire stations and we do not have enough fire trucks. Is that a correct conclusion, sir?
Yes, sir. Based on the record as of December 2020, we still have a shortage of fire trucks and fire stations, Mr. President.
Now, so there are three issues insofar as the procurement is concerned. We would have funding, we would have the procurement process, and the monitoring. So first, on the funding, are we saying that the funds allocated were insufficient?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. President, funds were insufficient.
All right. Uh, what is the total funding requirement given the targets that were set?
Siya again, Mr. President?
Sir, for the record, how much was the total funding requirement to achieve the targets under the Bureau of Fire Protection's modernization program started in 2010? I am certain that there are records as to how much the funding requirement is, and therefore we can check how the national budget has responded to these funding requirements of the modernization program. So the question is, what is the total funding requirement of the of the Bureau of Fire Protection modernization program?
Request natin. Hindi, sir. Ito rin yung nasa proposal ng 2010. Tapos naibigay ito. Hindi naibigay. Kasi maraming kumpo. Ito lang. Mr. President, according to the Bureau of Fire Protection, since 2010, they've been requesting for a total of 37 billion funding for the modernization. But this was not given to them fully, Mr. President. Paunti-unti lang ang binibigay sa kanila. So, ito po yung ni-request nila, 37 billion since 2010.
37 billion only the total funding requirement. I assume that the modernization program is over a period of time. We could not have possibly achieved the modernization program in 1 year. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. President, but my understanding is that it was a 10-year program. Would the good senator sponsor confirm that? I will repeat. The modernization program was supposed to be for a period of 10 years with a funding requirement set. So can the good sponsor confirm that? Was it really a 10-year program? And if it is so, how much was the funding requirement to achieve the targets that were set?
It was actually a 15-year modernization program, Mr. President, starting 2010 to 2025, Mr. President.
And there we are now, 15-year funding program from 2010 to 2025. So how much was the estimated cost of this modernization program that was supposed to be undertaken for 15 years? In other words, under that plan, whatever is needed for the modernization program would be spread out for over a period of 15 years, as realistically we cannot fund this in 1 year. So I go back to my question: how much was the projected funding needed on a 15-year modernization program for the BFP?
Mr. President, it was projected at 38.03 billion, but only 13 billion was allocated, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may we request for a rechecking of the data from the resource persons of the good sponsor, because our research indicates that the funding requirement was roughly 60 billion pesos to achieve the modernization desired, and only 13 billion was utilized. Is that can we?
Yes, Mr. President, I stand corrected because the 38 billion that was requested was only for 10 years, Mr. President, not the 15 years, 2011 to 2020. But only 13 billion was allocated, Mr. President.
Only 13 billion was funded.
Only 13 billion was funded.
Was budgeted.
Was budgeted.
Now, how much were the fire code fees that were remitted by the LGUs?
For the fire code fees, Mr. President, 80% of which is going to the BFP and 20% of which goes to the LGU. We have an average in 5 years from 2015 to 2019. We have an average of 1,638,860 total amount. But the 80% share that goes to the BFP is around 1.3 billion, Mr. President, because the 327 million went to the LGU as their 20% share of the fire code revenue collection.
So what, okay, was there any limitation on how the 1.3 billion will be utilized? Was the use restricted to capital outlay, or we can use for any item of expenditure?
Yes.
Sama sa budget? Well, the only restriction, Mr. President, is that it has to go through the normal budgeting process, Mr. President, that they have to request it, and appropriate funding will be given to them from by the Congress using this fire code revenue collections, which were deposited to the Bureau of Treasury, Mr. President.
Okay, so just for the record, the earmarking of the fire code is not automatically appropriated for the modernization program of the Bureau of Fire Protection, but must be allotted and budgeted by Congress. Is that correct? Is an understanding?
You're correct, Mr. President. They cannot just spend these collections at will, Mr. President. They have to go through the normal legal budget process, Mr. President.
Yeah, okay. So there is, thank you for that clarification. So again, in total, how much was allotted for the modernization program for a period of 10 years, 2010 to 2020? Can we just have the most accurate figure available?
Mr. President, for the last 10 years, 2011 to 2020, 10.5 billion was released to the Bureau of Fire Protection, which was the actual 80% share that they derived from the code fees revenue collection, Mr. President. Kumbaga, naibigay sa kanila lahat, na-allocate sa kanila, allotted sa kanila lahat yung kanila na kolekta, Mr. President, totaling to 10.5 billion for the last 10 years.
Are we saying, Mr. President, that other than the fire code fees, there was no other budget allotted and allocated to the Bureau of Fire Protection for their modernization program?
Of course, there is the GAA, Mr. President. Funding coming from the GAA, General Appropriations Act, Mr. President.
Yes. You mentioned, sir, 10.5 billion was released. I assume this was from the GAA. And you said that this was sourced out of the 80% share of,
Yung GAA, kasama ng GAA.
of the fire code fees. The question is, other than the 80% of the fire code fees, are there other allocations coming from the general fund for the modernization of the Bureau of Fire Protection?
Averaging 400 million, sir. Averaging 400 million.
From the, kasama na dito. Mr. President, there is an average, aside from the 10.5 billion coming from their 80% share of the fire code fees, there is an average of 400 million per year that is incorporated in the GAA for which is that is allotted to the Bureau of Fire Protection, Mr. President.
All right. So
Average of 400 million.
that's correct. An average of 400 million, or roughly 4 billion in 10 years, in addition to the 10.5 billion. Just talking about round figures, that should be about 14.5 billion. Just talking about round figures. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, you are correct.
Now, is it true that the BFP kulang na nga ang kanilang budget for modernization? Hindi pa po nila nagastos lahat. Because according to the COA report, the Bureau of Fire Protection failed to utilize 1.9 billion of their allocation, which was later on reverted to the Bureau of Treasury. That's the finding of the COA. Can the good sponsor spread it into the record and respond to the question, why is this so?
That is correct, Mr. President. That is a sad reality with the present laws that we have, wherein the end user found it very difficult to spend the money, Mr. President. So that is why end users resorted to transferring these funds to either the PITC or to the PSDBM, Mr. President, to avoid problems encountered as with the procurement law, Mr. President. That is a very sad reality.
Yes. And what assurance would we have that the sad reality will not continue to happen?
Well, Mr. President, according to the Bureau of Fire Protection, the money that were transferred to PSDBM or PI and the PITC were funds coming from the 2016 and 2017 GAA, Mr. President. But for the 2018, 2019, and 2020 GAA, Mr. President, they are proud to say that they have 100% utilization rate of these funds, Mr. President. So there is a great improvement as far as the utilization rate or the absorptive capacity of the Bureau of Fire Protection, Mr. President, in the last 3 years. So we hope that this will continue and this will continue to improve, Mr. President.
Mr. President, thank you for that answer, but may we ask the question if there is a functioning Bids and Awards Committee in the Bureau of Fire Protection?
Yes, Mr. President, there is.
Since when was it constituted, Mr. President?
28, yung 20.
Pero na-exist. Ay, since when? Yung back ba nag-start? Kailan? Mr. President, since the creation of the Bureau of Fire Protection, they have already established, organized, and maintained Bids and Awards Committee, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Mr. President. I want to take that answer as the correct answer, except that as of about 2 months ago, Director said,
Tumaas lang po yung utilization rate nila.
can I repeat that, Mr. President? I want to accept that answer of the good sponsor as correct, except that as in a letter dated December 11, 2020, or barely 2 months ago, Director Jose Segundo Imbang Jr., the Chief of the Bureau of Fire Protection, stated that at least 22 procurement projects are pending with the PITC with a total amount pending of 3,180,871,860 pesos and 90 centavos. Would gentleman sponsor confirm this for the record? This is a letter dated December 11, 2020 of your Director Jose Segundo Imbang
Sabi kasi nga sir, yun yung transfer natin sa PRTC na 2016 and 27 funding. For 2018 hanggang 2020, BFP na po nagpo-procure at nakakapag-award po kami.
Mr. President, I hope you're referring to the funding of the 2016 and the 2017,
whatever.
Mr. President, because from 2018 up to the present, their Bids and Awards Committee is already very efficient in the performance of their function, Mr. President. Yung 2016 lang at 2017, kaya naipasa yung pera doon, Mr. President, at
Okay. Can we just confirm, Mr. President, if indeed this letter of December 11, 2020 is in fact existing, signed by your Director Jose Segundo Imbang Jr.?
Address po sir.
Can you take home a copy of that letter, Mr. President?
Is this the letter addressed to Senator Richard Gordon, Mr. President?
Well,
Chairperson.
Unfortunately, I do not have right now a copy of the letter. It's just a briefing sheet, but that's why I'm trying to confirm. If it's a letter dated December 11,
It only concerns 2017 budget of the BFP.
Yes, Mr. President, the Director of the Bureau of Fire Protection confirmed this letter, and he said that this pertains only to the 2017 budget, Mr. President.
fine, okay, done.
Yes, sir.
So the total amount of procurement projects pending with the PITC from the Bureau of Fire Protection alone is 3,180,871,860 pesos and 90 centavos.
You are correct, Mr. President.
Right now, let's go over these projects one by one to show the inefficiency of the procurement process. There were aerial ladders, the procurement of which was left with the PITC. The amount is 142,405,063 pesos and 30 centavos. How long has this procurement request been pending with the PITC?
Oh. The area ladder, sir, is already awarded for last year. Yung area ladder kasi sa race, tinanong mo sa race.
Yeah, Mr. President, the aerial ladder was already awarded by PITC, Mr. President.
Okay, it was awarded. When was the amount transferred to PITC for process of implementation? And when was it awarded?
2020 na award, sir. 2017.
2017, Mr. President, it was transferred to PITC, but only awarded 2020. So it was a matter of 7 years. 3 years, Mr. President. 3 years bago na award.
It was 3 years, and if I suspect it was only after we started bringing this to the attention of the PITC that the award was issued. In any case, I have a few other items there. The Bureau of Fire Protection also assigned the construction of fire stations to the PITC in the amount of 248,306,902 pesos and 13 centavos. I underscore this is the construction of fire stations. Why was it referred to or given to PITC? As far as I know, PITC stands for Philippine International Trading Corporation. We underscore trading. Paano po nagiging construction outfit yung trading company?
Yeah, Mr. President,
fire station.
Bureau of Fire just found it practical to pass these funds to PITC because of time constraint, Mr. President, and last resort, Mr. President, before these funds will be reverted back to the National Treasury. So, parang ginagawa itong PITC na parking area for unused funds in order not to be reverted back to the National Treasury, Mr. President. But again, Mr. President, with due respect to that finding, those funds were belonging to the 2016 and 2017 GAA, Mr. President. But right now, since 2018 up to 2020, according to the Bureau of Fire, their bids and awards committee are already performing very well, and they are now courageous enough to face the consequences of their actions. Kaya lang nila binigayan sa PITC noong 2016 at 2017 dahil natakot sila, Mr. President, na magka-problema. But right now, sabi nila, with the modernization na kanilang ini-aim, they also have to compensate this program with their courage and efficiency to deal with the procurement process being deliberated by the Bids and Awards Committee, Mr. President?
With all due respect to the good sponsor, this representation could not agree that this was resorted to as a last resort. I think this was resorted to as a first resort. Ginawa po, and the good sponsor used the word parking. Pinarada po muna yung pera doon. At ito'y hindi maliit. 248,306,902 pesos and 13 centavos for the building of fire stations since 2016 and 2017 for a period of 3 to 4 years. Now, how many fire stations were built by the PITC?
Mr. President, PITC will just bid that out to any contractor, Mr. President. So, sila
So how
po ang nagpapabidding, Mr. President.
So how much was bidded out?
800 million yun, sir. 800 million.
Na-bid out na lahat?
Yes, sir. Ang natira na lang, sir, is na votas na under PUTOL ngayon at saka Pagadian City.
Mr. President, a total of 800 million was bidded out. Ang naiwan na lang, Mr. President, ay yung Navotas Fire Station at Pagadian City Fire Station ang hindi pa na bid out, Mr. President. Undergoing post-qualification evaluation, Mr. President. Total of 800 million.
Mr. President, the BFP chief, as of 2 months ago, said 248,306,900 pesos and 13 centavos were still pending procurement by the PITC. May we request again that the good sponsor double check the records, because yes, there were notice of awards issued in the amount of 296,787,801.78 centavos. These were notice of award. The 248.3 million still, if you correct us if I'm wrong, is still unawarded. Is that correct, sir?
Awarded, sir.
It's
Awarded na po, sir.
itong 248?
Yes, awarded niyan, sir. Project implementation na, sir.
It's already awarded, Mr. President. It's already, the status is already at the project implementation stage, Mr. President.
When was that, Mr. President? Thank you for that response. Just to update our record, when did that happen?
It was, the notice to proceed was issued June 2027.
June 2020, Mr. President. The
2020.
The notice to proceed was issued June 2020, Mr. President.
June 2020. Okay. We recall that these matters were raised during the budget hearings. All right. Also, there were fire trucks being that were or there were budgets for fire trucks that the BFP transferred to the
Awarded, sir, February 1, February 4.
Would you know? Would you confirm? Would the good gentleman confirm this?
Yes, Mr. President.
And the amount is how much, Mr. President?
For the procurement of 1,000 gallons fire trucks, Mr. President, it's 1,881,473,992 pesos, Mr. President.
Okay. Yes, that's what my record says. Now, and this has been pending since 2016?
2017, Mr. President.
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Now, question. Did the PITC remit to the General Fund or the Bureau of Fire Protection the interest income earned by these amounts transferred to them while it was parked in their coffers?
Meron po silang ibinibigay sa amin na interest, sir, tapos i-deposit po namin sa National Treasury.
The Bureau of Fire Protection, Mr. President, confirmed that the PITC has been giving interest to the BAP, and it was subsequently transferred to the Bureau of Treasury, Mr. President. Deposited to the Bureau of Treasury, Mr. President.
How much interest were remitted by PITC to the BFP for the sum of 3,180,871,860 pesos that was remitted by the BFP to the PITC for procurement of supplies, which up to now, to a certain extent, are still pending acquisition?
It's 660,602,000, Mr. President.
660 million in interest.
Sorry, Mr. President. Correction, Mr. President. It's 660,602 pesos, Mr. President.
660,602 pesos is the interest income that the PITC remitted to the BFP for holding the sum of 3,180,871,860 pesos, an interest income of 660,000 was paid.
Yes, Mr. President.
My arithmetic is poor, but can you tell us for the record what is the percentage of 660,000 to 3.1 billion pesos?
It's 0.02%, Mr. President.
Are we sure? 660,000 as against 3.1 billion? How much is the interest? How much is that?
Compute for a while, Mr. President.
Huh?
And di ba 600,000 is 20% of
No, 3.1
no, 600,000 ba lang yun o 600 million?
660,000, ma'am.
660,000. That's against 3.1 billion. Senator Sylvia. So I'm trying to figure out what percentage.
60 million. 6 million.
Mahirap yun.
Ang liit. Point, 0.19%. 0.01 yata.
No.
Yes, Mr. President, it's 0.019%.
Oh.
0.019%.
Not even 1%.
0.02. Rounded up.
It's not even 1%.
It's not, that's correct. It's not even 1%.
No, it's not. Kasi ang 1% is, ang 10%, 3 billion, 300 million, 30 million ng 1%.
Yes.
So yung 600,000 is tama yung 0.2 of 1%.
Yes, Mr. President.
0.2 of 1%.
1%. Oh.
Not 0.12, not 0.012.
0.2.
0.2
of 1%.
Rounded off. 0.02%. 1%.
Oh, wala pang 1%.
Roughly 1/5 of 1%.
Yeah, that's correct. 1/5 of 1%.
1/5 of 1% was the interest income that the Bureau of Fire Protection or the National Treasury earned out of the 3.1 billion deposited with PITC for a period of 3 years.
Yes, Mr. President.
Sus Maria Josep, under the table.
The comment of Senator Villar of Sus Mariosep is very descriptive of how the national government was being, I don't want to use the word, but I think it's appropriate. It's being screwed up in this situation now.
Agree to that?
Yeah. Now, there is also a hash
Ganda nga yun. I-file mo doon.
4,169,303.81 pesos. How long has this been pending procurement?
Senator. Can I ask for clarification, Mr. President? What particular
HAZMAT, HAZMAT truck. There must be a fire truck.
What walang hazmat? Hazmat, what one?
Mr. President, it belongs to, again, 2017 budget, Mr. President. Nakailang failure of bidding nito, Mr. President. But again, it is scheduled for opening of bids on January 25, 2021, Mr. President.
O, tapos na po yan. January 25, 2021.
Failure of bidding, Mr. President. Ineligible daw yung bidder. Failure na naman.
So, as of January 25, how many, there was again a bidding, it was again a failed bidding. How long has this been pending?
3 years, sir.
Again, 3 years, Mr. President.
3 years.
Yes, Mr. President.
And up to now, it is still on a bidding stage. In fact,
yes, Mr. President.
In fact, pre-bidding pa lang. Kasi wala pang bidding.
Actually, back to zero, Mr. President, dahil there was a failure of bidding. So, back to zero na naman ito.
Yes. There is a budget for communication equipment, 122,270,569 pesos and 62 centavos. When was this transferred to the PITC?
Again, 2017, Mr. President, and the status of which is opening of bids scheduled on 25 January 2021, but no bidder, Mr. President. So again, failure of bidding because there was no bidding. There was no bidder.
A question, why is this not being returned back to the National Treasury? It has been pending since 2017. As of January 25, 2020, there is again a failure of bidding. These funds have been held by the PITC since 2017. There is a provision in Republic Act 11520, which provides this Republic Act, this law, extended the availability of the 4.1 trillion 2020 budget until December 31 of this year. There is a special provision there which says any balances of fund transfers in the books of the PITC shall revert to the unappropriated surplus of the general fund upon the effectivity of this act. Has the PITC complied with this law? And has the BFP demanded compliance with this law?
Di naman niya, hindi.
Paiisip lang ito sa yung regarding sa continuing fund po na by December 31, sir, is ma-revert na daw po. Lahat ng balances namin sa PITC, sir, ay ma-revert na sa national fund by December 31, 2021, sir. This year, sir.
So, the timeline, Mr. President, is December 31 of 2021. So maybe PITC believes that it has still enough time to push through with the bidding because we are still now February, Mr. President. So we still have enough time, 10 months before December 31.
Mr. President, I wrote this law, this provision, so I know what it means. It only means that the balances which have not been expended as of December, as of the effectivity of the law, which has in fact shall be remitted back to the National Treasury, especially in this case where PITC has been holding on to the funds since 2017, and the total funds is about 3.1 billion, of which interest earned is less than 1/5 of 1%, or 660,000 approximately. Don't you think it is the obligation now of the Bureau of Fire Protection to demand the return from PITC of these sums of money?
Nag-continue kasi tayo, sir, kasi parang yung gusto mong mahirap natin kunin ulit yung pera, sir. Kaya kami nagpo-continue kami. Lahat ng pera ko, i-request ulit namin.
The Bureau of Fire is in a very precarious situation, Mr. President. We are now answering questions coming from the author of the law, but at the same time, they want to maintain, they want to utilize that money, really, Mr. President. Dahil kung ibabalik daw nila, baka mahirapan na naman daw silang i-request uli yung pera nila, Mr. President.
Mr. President, that's not a good reason for under the pertinent laws. Funds unutilized as of the end of the year should be remitted back to the National Treasury. That's the rule in the General Appropriations Act. In fact, it has been the treatment has been more than liberal, because it has already been 4 years or 3 years since the time that this procurement should have been done. Up to today, it is still zero in terms of procurement to the extent of 3.1 billion. And under the law, they were supposed to return this, and the BFP is supposed to have gotten back these funds, and the National Treasury is supposed to have gotten back these funds. But up to now, it is still there, pending in the PITC and earning an interest. And I hope somebody from the Department of Finance is hearing this, 1/5 of 1% interest rate.
Mr. President, finally, the Director of the Bureau of Fire Protection surrenders to your wisdom, Mr. President. He will follow up with the PITC and demand for the return of this money back to the National Treasury, Mr. President, for the good of the country, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for that very kind remarks, Mr. Sponsor. It is not for my benefit. It is for the people. It is for our, right now, our National Treasury, our national government is suffering from lack of funds. A lot of projects could not be funded because of the lack of funds. And here we are stumbling, not really stumbling, looking at a 3.1 billion in funds sitting in parking, to use the of the good center, parking in the PITC, earning less than 1/5 of 1% interest insofar as the National Treasury is concerned. And the entire country and the Filipino people is deprived of these much needed funds because of some of the fault of or malfeasance of some official, either of the PITC or or of the Bureau of Fire Protection. Mr. President, to continue, there is also a communication equipment referred to the PITC for bidding in the amount of 120,569.62. Is this also pending since 2017?
Yes, Mr. President. Again, it belongs to the 2017 budget, but good development, Mr. President, is that it is already undergoing post-qualification evaluation, Mr. President. Finally.
When, you know, Mr. President, the letter 2 months ago, which includes the holidays, says that this communication equipment is for a pre-bid conference. When did the pre-bidding conference take place?
Kailan? Yes, Mr. President, BFP confirmed it that they wrote you a letter informing you about the status of the project of this procurement. But right now, the present status is that it is already on its post-qualification evaluation, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I have a few other questions. May I request that another date be set to continue our interpellation? And if it is not too much to ask, may I request the good sponsor to have his resource persons brief him more extensively on these issues, because these are very pertinent to the modernization program that is being sought to be reinstated in the Bureau of Fire Protection. So with the indulgence of the good sponsor, may we request that our interpellation be but this bill be again calendared for interpellation at some other date in view of the lateness of the hour. And I have a few other questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The Majority Leader,
Thank
what
you,
does
Mr.
the
President.
Majority Leader say?
There are other pending requests for interpellation, but it is a bit late in the hour. We can continue this tomorrow, Mr. President, if with the permission of Senator Gordon. Actually lined up to ask is Senator Gatchalian first, as he called me earlier this afternoon, and then Senator Gordon who raised his hand. So maybe we can continue tomorrow, Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Gordon. We can continue tomorrow. We can recommend.
We can continue tomorrow, Mr. Majority Leader, Mr. President. But
After Senator Julon pala, after Senator Julon. Because Senator Julon still has some questions.
Yes, so well, we did not just of everyone. We can do that. It's 7 o'clock.
Yes, Mr. President. So we can continue tomorrow with the permission of our distinguished colleagues. With that, yes,
can we reiterate our request that in order to expedite the period of interpellation, that the good sponsor ask his resource
By order of business, bukas na lang.
to brief him more fully of the situation, because it would appear that he has had less than a full briefing from the BFP of the situation. Just a request so that we can expedite and move faster, if that's feasible.
Alin dito?
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Hello. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, there's a request from Senator Julon. I believe Senator Batosa ready to answer, Mr. President.
Senator De La Rosa.
Yes, Mr. President. We will prepare some more next time around, Mr. President.
All right, we can do that tomorrow. There is a very long, there's a very long order of business, but I understand there are contents that are necessary for the forthcoming hearings.
Yes, Mr. President. I move to suspend first consideration of Senate Bill number 1832 for tomorrow.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is suspended.
Yes, Mr. President, I was going to ask to appeal to you that we take up the reference of business because I believe nakapending yung mga ibang committee hearings tomorrow and on Wednesday for that. So I move, Mr.
Yes,
President, we
as
proceed
long
with
as we, yes, Majority Leader, as long as we do the second and third item of the agenda tomorrow, then we can do the additional reference or the reference of business. There are three the contents. There are additional reference, a second additional reference, and you have some housekeeping to do. So, what is your pleasure? Go ahead.
So let's proceed, Mr. President, with the reference of business with the permission of the body. President.
Secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Reference of business, messages from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate on 2 February 2021, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 6876, an act mandating the establishment of fisher folk resettlement areas by the Department of Agriculture, Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, and the local government units, amending for the purpose Section 108 of Republic Act number 8550, otherwise known as the Philippine Fisheries Code of 1998, as amended by Republic Act number 10654.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture and Urban Planning.
House number 8243, an act protecting and promoting the rights to equality and non-discrimination on the basis of race, ethnicity, and religion.
To the Committees on Cultural Communities and Social Justice and Finance.
House number 8261, an act lowering the minimum height requirement and removing the height waiver for applicants to the Philippine National Police, PNP, Bureau of Fire Protection, BFP, Bureau of Jail Management and Penology, BJMP, and the Bureau of Corrections, BUCOR, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 6975 as amended, Republic Act number 8551, Republic Act number 9263 as amended, and Republic Act number 10575.
To the Committee on Rules.
House number 8268, an act increasing the penalties for perjury, amending for the purpose Articles 183 and 184 of Act number 3815 as amended, otherwise known as the Revised Penal Code.
To the Committee on Rules.
House number 8385, an act promoting integrated urban agriculture in urban areas nationwide to address food security and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Agriculture, Basic Education, Ways and Means, and Finance.
And House number 8477, an act reapportioning the lone legislative district of the city of Iloilo.
To the Committees on Local Government and Electoral Reforms.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 3 February 2021, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 8212, an act establishing a special defense economic zone inside the Government Arsenal Defense Industrial Estate located in Camp General Antonio Luna, Lamao, Municipality of Limay, Province of Bataan, creating for this purpose the Special Defense Economic Zone Authority, SPEDEZA, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Economic Affairs, National Defense, Ways and Means, and Finance.
House number 8273, an act converting the Kalinga Provincial Hospital in the city of Tabuk, Province of Kalinga, into a Level 3 regional hospital to be known as the Northern Cordillera Regional Medical Center and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Health and Finance.
House number 8287, an act establishing the Cagayan de Oro City Cultural Center and Museum in Cagayan de Oro City, Province of Misamis Oriental, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House number 8377, an act declaring the Municipality of Manaoag in the Province of Pangasinan a tourism destination and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Tourism, Public Works, and Finance.
House number 8380, an act expanding the coverage of foundation days and feast days of special non-working public holidays in the province of Davao Oriental to include cities, municipalities, and barangays therein, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 8256.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House number 8384, an act establishing the Bohol First Congressional District Library in the Municipality of Balilihan, Province of Bohol, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House number 8440, an act declaring the Hinakpan Mystical Hills in the city of Gihulngan, Negros Oriental as a protected area under the category of Natural Monument under the National Integrated Protected Area System, NIPAS, and providing for its management.
To the Committees on Environment and Finance.
House number 8446, an act establishing a provincial office of the Commission on Higher Education in the province of Bataan and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Education and Finance.
And House number 8453, an act establishing a provincial office of the Commission on Higher Education in the province of Kalinga and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Education and Finance.
Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 3 February 2021, it ratified Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Number 4154 entitled An Act Amending Sections 4, 5, 20, 22, 27, 28, 34, 40, 50, 73, 112, 117, 204, 222, 237, 237-A, 255, 256, 257, 258, 261, 263, 264, 266, 275, 290, 291, 292, and adding new section 6-8, 828-A, 293, 294, 294-A, 295, 296, 297, 298, 299, 300, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 308, 309, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315, and 316, all under the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended and for other purposes, and Senate Number 1357, an act reforming the corporate income tax and incentive system, amending for the purpose sections 20, 22, 25, 27, 28, 29, 34, 40, 109, 116, and 290 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, and creating therein new Title 13 and for other purposes.
To the archives.
Bills on first reading, Senate Number 2037, an act establishing the Land Transportation Office LTO District Office in Manolo, Fortich, Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefore, introduced by Senator Zubiri.
To the Committees on Public Services and Finance.
Senate Number 2038, an act converting the municipality of Manolo, Fortich in the province of Bukidnon into a component city to be known the City of Manolo, Fortich, introduced by Senator Zubiri.
To the Committees on to the Committee on Rules.
Resolutions, PS Resolution Number 637, resolution urging the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the state of the national economy following the reported worst contraction in Philippine history and the negative 9.5% growth rate for the year 2020, with the end in view of identifying the urgent and necessary economic intervention, social welfare programs, and recovery plans, introduced by Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
PS Resolution Number 638, resolution urging the Department of Transportation and the Land Transportation Office to suspend the operation of private motor vehicle inspection centers until a comprehensive public consultation is conducted, with the end in view of promoting transparency to stakeholders and the public, forging programs with social acceptability, and ensuring public safety, introduced by Senator Recto.
To the Committee on Public Services.
PS Resolution Number 639, resolution directing the Senate Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the slow progress of voters' registration and the preparedness of the Commission on Elections to conduct the 2022 national and local elections during the COVID-19 pandemic, introduced by Senator Pangilinan.
To the Committee on Electoral Reforms.
Communication letter from the Office of the President of the Philippines transmitting to the Senate two original copies of Republic Act Number 11521 entitled An Act Further Strengthening the Anti-Money Laundering Law, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 9160, otherwise known as the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2001 as amended, which was signed by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
To the archives. There is additional reference of business.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, Senate Number 2039, and act creating the Philippine Rice Resource Development Authority, defining its powers and functions, providing funds therefore and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs, Ways and Means and Finance.
Senate Number 2040, an act converting the municipality of Talavera, province of Nueva Ecija, into a component city to be known as the City of Talavera, introduced by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Rules.
Senate Number 2041, an act converting the Occidental Mindoro State College in the municipality of San Jose, province of Occidental Mindoro, into a state university to be known as the Occidental Mindoro State University and appropriating funds therefore, introduced by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Higher Education, Ways and Means and Finance.
Senate Number 2042, an act expediting the purchase and administration of vaccines for the protection against the coronavirus disease 2019 by exempting local government units from compliance with the procurement requirements under Republic Act Number 9184, otherwise known as the Government Procurement Reform Act and other related laws, introduced by Senator Zubiri.
To the Committee on Finance.
Resolutions, PS Resolution Number 640, resolution commending and congratulating Filipino karateka Orencio James de los Santos for ranking first place in the Kata Individual Male Seniors 2020 World Rankings, introduced by Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committee on Rules.
PS Resolution Number 641, resolution urging the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the alleged precipitous and hasty implementation of the Private Motor Vehicle Inspection Center project for the Land Transportation Office and Department of Transportation following criticisms and allegations of lack of transparency and appropriate consultation of its major stakeholders in its planning and implementation, leading to fears of our citizens being deprived of their right to use their vehicles without due process, introduced by Senator De Lima.
To the Committee on Public Services, there is a second additional reference of business.
Second additional reference of business, bill on first reading, Senate number 2043, an act institutionalizing a new Filipino gesture of respect, goodwill, and praise, introduced by Senator Gordon.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Public Information. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was just asking my staff. There was I overheard on the first additional reference of business, the first bill mentioned by the Secretary. It was about the creation of a rice institute, if I'm not mistaken. May it just be clarified, because it was not referred to the Committee on Agriculture, but referred to a different committee, Mr. President. Economic Affairs, I think.
It's not RISE.
Okay.
RISE. It is RISE.
Oh, okay. RISE.
In Benham Rice.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, for the clarification. Kasi nagulat, baka pagalitan ako ni Tita Cynthia kung hindi na sa agriculture yan, kung bigas ang pinag-uusapan.
Yes. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. President. So just a bit of housekeeping, boss, Mr. President. With the permission of the body, we proceed with the Senate President's designation of the Senate Conference on the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions on Senate Bill number 1563 and House Bill number 8261. This is the PNP, BFP, BJMP, and Bureau of Corrections Height Equality Act, Mr. President.
All right, the Senate Conference are hereby designated Senator Bato de la Rosa as chairperson, and members Zubiri, Tolentino, Go, Marcos, and Hontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank our distinguished colleagues for a very busy day today and very productive day. But with that, Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, February 9, 2021. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, February 9, 2021.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye, everyone. See you tomorrow.